Okay, I believe I'm streaming here. As always, just give me a few moments to get everything set up.
Join planet.
Add audio, go away. Hey, welcome, Narek. Welcome back. Welcome, Ezra. Welcome, McCad. OBS pulled up there. Get YouTube pulled up over here. Hopefully my internet behaves today. It's been kind of on the fritz lately. So fingers crossed. It's been fine all of today, all of yesterday. Monday and Tuesday it was like not working though. How come they never get arrested for vagrancy? Maybe today will finally be the day. Welcome back, Jizu. Are we going to hear audio again? No, okay, that's fine. Okay. Interesting, Reichbar. Okay. Cool to see that you were doing your homework. I should say volunteer work, which has been a huge asset to the stream. Like, interesting that you're having harder time getting back than usual. So we'll see. Hopefully it was just bad luck. I have a feeling those are going to help. And we will get started here in just a few more seconds. And I'll explain what's going on with my internet. Just in case it cuts out, you'll have a better grasp of what's going on. Okay, get the game pulled back up, and here we are. Okay, so my internet. On Monday and Tuesday, it was cutting out really bad. When it would cut out, or like when it would cut back in, it was often really slow. Good news is there's a very clear problem. We had someone take a look earlier today. The new place we moved into, like the connection, like the direct outside connection to our house is very poor. The guy looking at it, he's like, I'm not even going to check out your gear inside the house. Like, this is obviously the problem. And I was like, okay, that also makes sense from our end, because, like, our gear that they gave us, the modem, the router, and everything, whatever, gateway, we like to call it, all that stuff had been working fine this whole time. So that makes the most sense. So, the problem sort of fixed itself a couple days ago without us doing anything. So, you know, it's just kind of like a not very stable, great connection, apparently. Again, it was fine for months since we moved in here until just the other day, but they're going to send someone, this is all to say they're going to send someone like in a couple weeks to like redig a new line out there and everything or whatever. Yeah, so that means anytime in the next couple weeks, like maybe my internet will be out for a random day, a couple days at a time. Like maybe some of the upcoming streams like might have to be canceled or something. So, but for now, we'll continue with the planned scheduled times of like Thursdays and Sundays mostly or whatever. And we'll just figure it out from there, you know, like just on the day of, I might have to be like, oh, sorry guys, not happening today. So here, I've mentioned this on stream a couple times before, but as you'll notice, I got at least three drift bags over there. I'm gonna poke around the corner and see if there's a Vagrant as well. There is! Oh man, I'm so bummed that I didn't start offline. Okay, because this is a perfect demonstration of how offline Vagrants work. What happened was I got all these things into my inbox, right? Like when I last quit the game, I would have had the Vagrant queue or Vagrant inbox with at least 3 drift item bags that we can see and an evil Vagrant. And reloading the game is what ultimately spawns them into your game. So you could get all these things while you're online, quit the game, and the next time you start the game, you're offline, right? And that still satisfies, they were in your inbox, so you can load the stuff into your game technically while you're offline. Of course, it's an online-only mechanic, and you have to be online to receive them, but the actual refresh can be an offline one. So had I started the game up without choosing to go online, I would have been seeing all of these things offline. So could have had an offline Vagrant. Maybe that would be a funny thing to add to the list. If we're getting like constant Vagrants somewhere later on, I might like reboot offline every now and again. Hey, welcome, Homer. Did he hear me splash around in water or something? I didn't think I did. Oh, yeah, there's water right here. Yeah, he heard the water. He's not happy about it. So, we will be continuing in Blighttown in just a moment. And as soon as that Vagrant wanders far away enough that I can use the bonfire again. Something I've talked about, I don't know if I mentioned it mapless or something, but the moment at which bonfires become unusable as enemies approach is not consistent because it's not based on proximity. It's not like a radius checking like, oh, if an enemy is within 8 meters or whatever, don't let the bonfire be used. It's just if they're standing on the same piece of ground, quote unquote, like, which is not, you know, what is a piece of ground? What is it? It's whether or not it's touching the same collision as the bonfire. So sometimes that's like a very short distance, because right, maybe a bonfire's inside a room, and as soon as you walk through the doorway, it's a different piece of collision. Or it's a kind of far distance, like here apparently, where the Vagrant doesn't have to be all that close to the bonfire and it still becomes unusable. I'm buzzing again. Fuck. Okay, multiple problems layered on top of each other. So the buzzing is happening again. Love that. Alright. Okay. Testing 1 2. Microphone check. Testing audio. You're gonna hear me repeat myself. Microphone check. Oh god, yeah, sounds like crap. Alright, I'm gonna do the usual thing of just randomly unplugging and replugging things, I guess. Sorry, you're gonna hear like popping and weird sounds as I mess around here, probably. Is that any better? Is that any better? Oh, that's funny, Hot Pocket. Okay, so yeah. It doesn't have to be the same collision in theory. It's just how the collisions are set. Any bonfire can turn it off. That's funny. Or any bonfire can be turned off by which ones you've done. Imagine if a randomizer hot pocket actually set that. Anyways, going to double check the audio from my end as well. Once again, testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. It's still fuzzy. It's still not great. It's not as bad as it was before, but yikes. All right. Time for a bit more messing around. Testing 1, 2. Are there vagrants in my audio? Are there vagrants on my audio? Testing 1, 2. Are there vagrants on my audio? Alright, I don't hear it again right now. Hey, welcome Samuel Diamond. We will keep our fingers crossed. Out of superstition, my cell phone is pretty far from the audio interface now, even though I don't think it's that, you never know. Maybe that could screw things up in a way. Let's get back to the game. So, for anyone just joining now, we started off strong, where we already had drift items and an evil Vagrant left over from last session. Oh crap, now the Vagrant's going to be walking here again, and the bonfire's going to be unusable. Alright. Let me warp out of here. Quickly, quickly. Run. Before I get trapped again. Because you can't... Resting at the bonfire doesn't stop or reset the Vagrant's position, so he would have kicked me off the bonfire if he kept walking. Okay. To Blight Town we go. Oh, the counter and checklist are gone? No problem. Thanks for letting me know. And the counter should just be right here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, to Blight Town we go. What's the best way to get there? Depths. Must have been the wind. Yeah, over halfway done already. Yeah, with the help of chat, some of these recent streams have been incredibly successful. Even if things slow down quite a bit compared to the last several streams, like, I can't complain. This has been going way faster than I thought it would. Brightness seems like it's down. It's nice coming back here much later in the run compared to the mapless run. Much better situation. These guys are way easier to kill. I'll never not complain about the sound effect for parrying and riposting these enemies, because it just so doesn't make any sense. Ow, not that. Okay, partial. Okay, I'm fucking up all the parries now. All of them. Every single one. They're really loud. Duh, duh. What is that supposed to be? What is that? Why? What is making that sound? It's like the worst parry sound effect in the game. I don't understand it. It's supposed to be like his weapon colliding with the floor, but it's, I mean, like, I don't, like, it's obviously not literally doing that. It's just baked into the animation, but it does it again if you riposte. Unless they're dung hitting the ground. Pardon me, still getting over a cold here. Yeah, scraping sound. Yeah, that's what I think they were going for. It's supposed to be like the club. I never noticed. I guess I never spent a lot of time in Upper Blighttown to have noticed. Not that I've never hung up. No, because I mean, I've done some Vagrant spawning up here before. That the character of the bonfire, the object of the bonfire, isn't yet rendered from up here, but the glowing is. That's kind of interesting. What is jump? Is it L3? It is L3. Whoop. Okay, so we are going to work on the evil and the good. Well, they're kind of not. No, they're not in the same direction. And I don't know if I'd be able to see the evil Vagrant from up here. So, how are we going to do this? Yeah, we'll work on spawning the evil Vagrant right now, but we're not actually going to look for it yet. We're just going to work on good Vagrant lower platform near depths. So I will backtrack to show where that is. Hey, welcome, Scared Soul. So you go back up the ladder like you're going back towards the depths. And then you go, this is right where the blow dart sniper usually is. Go down the ladder. And we go to the side path area. Hey, yes, Hitman. To spawn evil Vagrants, we have to die and lose a bloodstain with 5 or more humanity in it. So you just want to keep popping 5 humanity and die repeatedly. For good Vagrants, we have to drop and abandon certain items and then reload the area. You know, to send them off. My item of choice, the easiest one to stockpile, in my opinion, if you're not using dupe glitches, is the Transient Curse. Just drop one of these everywhere, every time, one every time before you die, to send one off. Or reload or warp or whatever. And importantly, if you find item bags around in the process, if drift item bags come back to you, you don't want to pick them up, because that will trigger a cooldown timer for Vagrants, where you can't send or receive anything relating to Vagrants for 40 minutes. Sometimes it's good to hide. So anyways, the good Vagrant that spawns shows up somewhere kind of near this enemy. I think it's like right here. Maybe right here. It's somewhere, maybe it's closer to this guy. Maybe it's like Either way, it's in this on this platform in Blighttown. You'll see it again if you weren't looking at the screen and didn't see how I got here. But it's this lower area, like that's the ladder back up to the depths right over there in the distance. So it's as soon as you enter Blighttown, go past the enemies, go to where the blow dart sniper is, go down the ladder, and then turn around on this platform down here. Not sure the best place to leave the item bag though to hide it. Yeah, I'm gonna try to hide the item bag. I don't know, like inside this pot, I guess. Seems as good of a place as any. Oh yeah, and I might as well start losing humanity as well. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna repeat this process until we start seeing stuff. Oh, already got a drift bag over here. Already got one back, so Chad is acting fast. That is fantastic. It's funny, I found a spot like between kill planes or something. Or maybe they put in the kind of kill plane where you have to fall all the way down to the collision, but I wouldn't expect that around here. We'll see what happens as I fall off the cliff in more places. Because there's a few different kinds of kill planes. There's ones that kill you as soon as you fall through them, and there's other ones that don't, and they'll use another plane of collision to trigger the death cam plane, you know, so the camera will point down telling you that you're going to die, but they still programmed it to wait for your body to hit collision to land on something rather than just like immediately dying while you're falling. So that appears to be what happened in the last spot. Vagrant, you got it on the second load already. Hey, there's another drift item here already. Okay, Reikwire, I think your efforts were not in vain, even if you had a harder time than usual getting your own stuff back. That rules. Very cool. Yeah, there could have been, maybe the set of like actual players in the area were dying or reloading the area a lot less often, so there were a lot of people holding onto it for longer, doing the 5-minute AFK kind of situation. Yeah, it looks like it's just that kill plane for this entire section. Also, I subconsciously fell off the same spot, but yeah. That's kind of interesting. I would have assumed that it was going to use like You know, like one that they would have over here. Like they're not going to wait for you to fall all the way to the ground below. Yeah, that I'm not actually certain on, and we don't really have a way of knowing, as far as I can tell, with the remaster. It's kind of a black box. To be on the safe side, we're assuming it's prioritizing people on the same map, so you'll want to be in the same map. Which also means it's probably a better idea to be doing this from the Blighttown bonfire rather than the Depths bonfire. Where's that spot where you can die if you just walk into a corner? I'll show it again on when we hit to Lower Blighttown. Excellent. Thank you so much, Zera's Cubed. Now let's see what happens when I fall over here. Yeah, it just waits for me to hit the ground at the bottom. Yes, Hot Pocket makes a good reminder for this whole thing. If you just want to help with spawning them, but aren't too interested in doing the tedious run all the way back to check for them every time, you could just be dropping these items like anywhere near the bonfire and stuff like that. It all corresponds with the same part of Blighttown. But yeah, I don't know if we would be able to see the evil Vagrant from here. Because it would be somewhere over here. And I don't know how the draw group is handled on that. So that's why I'm not really going to bother. But generally speaking, whenever we do a good Vagrant first, but we keep like spawning the stuff for evil Vagrants at the same time, like it never takes much effort to actually get the evil Vagrant, so... During the last Return to Origin, I did spend some time trying to spawn Vagrants here. And I think in these pots up here was my choice hiding place for the item bags. But I can just do it down here too. Doesn't matter. Another drift item bag over there already. Oh no, Elizabeth, this is the very close to the entrance of the depths. Let's see. One of these days I'll drop stab this enemy. Another drift item again. So this is a very good start here. Very good start. A lot of drift item bags. Roxy chat asks, if you emit light but are using auditory and visual mitigation, can mobs spot you? The light that emits from the player character is not factored into enemy detection, so they can see you or not see you completely independent of how much light you're emitting. Why are my feet glowing? I'm using the Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring, which has the same effect as the Hush spell. Or what is it called in Dark Souls 3? Is it like Spook or something weird? Where it's like the fall damage and Hush combined or whatever. Yeah, Spook. So yeah, this is basically Spook in Dark Souls 1. Yeah, although for me it's not doing anything to help with falls. This is just for auditory stealth. I kind of like to throw the stealth stuff on, just if we get a Vagrant, then I can get closer and pull out the binoculars and stuff like that. Not that I haven't done that like countless times in this run already, but I don't know, it's kind of fun when we get a Vagrant to not always chase them off right away. Oops, hello. Oh, Scancher, you got the good Vagrant already. Awesome. Fingers crossed I'm the recipient of it. Yes, that would be great. I like how I hit the guy with the fall damage after climbing up the ladder. Like I just landed on him to stun him. Hey, no worries, Karbowski. Happy to have you here regardless. Alright, walking off that ledge is probably not enough to get him with this weapon. With the drop stab, I should be sprinting off. Oh, it sounds like Jesus got an evil Vagrant. Alright. Things are happening. Yeah, Scantier. I never fully understood that 100%, why sometimes the good Vagrants will, like, run from you a little bit in this spear, and sometimes they seem to, like, already be happy with their destination, or, like they got caught on something, and the game tells them, it's like, oh, you ran into a wall, so just disappear now. Because, yeah, sometimes they just vanish right where they're standing. Something that's pretty interesting is that the evil Vagrants have an unused attack for vanishing away. There's no way to make them do it, but it's in their like animations, doing the disappearing thing just like the good Vagrants. Hey, yes, welcome back for Turns of. Yeah, the last several streams have been incredibly productive. It leaped across the corner while it wasn't even facing you, almost in timeout. Yeah, no, it's scary sometimes when you have the Vagrants near a ledge. I'll be surprised if it doesn't happen by accident at some point to me. Hey, welcome, Pukesberry. Yeah, so what I'm doing is in Dark Souls 1, they have a unique online mechanic that none of the other Souls games have called Vagrants, where rare creatures can spawn. If players die and lose bloodstains that have a certain amount of humanity in them, that spawns something called an evil Vagrant. Or if you drop and abandon certain items, those item bags can get sent around to other players online, and if that item bag isn't found and picked up, on its 10th pass, it becomes a good Vagrant. Vagrants have fixed spawn locations in the game, so my goal here is to show off every location that they can show up at. I don't think anyone's ever bothered to do that with a single character before, because it's usually a pretty ludicrous undertaking. The way it works is you can't self-spawn Vagrants. You can only send them out to random people online. But the idea here is that we're spamming the network with them. And if someone doesn't kill a Vagrant that they receive, they in turn will send it back off to someone else random online. And by random chance, that could be me. So the basic conceit is I have no control over whether or not one comes back to my game. But if we spam the network, like, someone's going to send it to me, you know? Here's a perfect example. I just reloaded at this bonfire, and this item bag was already here. So that's how I know it's a drift item bag. So I can't pick that up, because that would trigger a cooldown timer for the Vagrants, the same as killing one. Have I planned what I'm going to do if a Vagrant timer, like, triggers Nintendo soundtrack reviews for the next 40 minutes? I mean, yeah, that's not a bad idea. We'll think of something. It'd be funny to, yeah, just, like, pop up an NES emulator and, like, play through Castlevania or something. Exactly, yeah, I'm purposefully losing bloodstains that have the minimum requirement to spawn an evil Vagrant is 5 humanity in a bloodstain, so that's why I keep dying to lose these bloodstains. I said I needed to run, and I didn't do it. Okay. Since I already have a drift item, I'm not going to bother dropping another one, even though I know that wouldn't really hurt anything. That's okay. Oh, you had both Black Phantoms and Chasm at the same time, Spicy Fella. That's awesome. Okay. Scantier, I think I got your message. So now we know exactly where we're looking for the Vagrant. It's going to be right here when it shows up. Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact spot of it. Yeah, if you had any more questions, Pukesberry, don't be afraid to ask. You can also do a search, just like a Google search for Vagrant Wikidot. The Wiki.wiki page I wrote, so I can vouch for that being, like, that's not me trying to be like, oh, go look it up. Like, it's like, oh no, that's like, I wrote all of that, so that's an explanation in my own words. Yeah, see, that's a good question, Goodsberry, because how many people are playing online? That was absolutely a consideration. When the remaster first came out, I had a hell of a time self-spawning Vagrants through this method, where it was fairly reliable in the original version of the game, because in the original version of the game, you only actually truly ever connected to 20 players at a time, so you could form these smaller pockets, and it was easier to get your own Vagrant stuff eventually back to you. Remaster comes out, I go through the same process, and just, like, one, like, never shows up. Like, I dropped hundreds of items. I could never get my own drift item bag back. So it seemed pretty dire. But I found that with the much smaller player base it has now, that it's a lot easier and more reliable. And especially with chat helping, it hasn't been too bad. But it's pretty normal. Like, during a Return to Lordran, if I wasn't streaming, if I didn't tell people I was doing this, and I was just trying to get, like, my own Vagrant stuff back to me, it could easily be like an hour grind for an evil Vagrant and like a 2-hour grind for a single good Vagrant or something like that. to show like how long it takes to get lucky. Of course, you can get a lot luckier, but that's sort of like a ballpark average. And there have been moments like that in this run so far. In the past streams, there have been certain vagrants where it's like we're just stuck for like over 2 hours trying to get a certain one to show up. But generally speaking, with chat helping out, it's been going much faster. Yeah, remasters split the player base to an extent. Though it's hard to know how many people were still going to be trying to play in Prepare to Die Edition when it was delisted, you know? Oh, Gravelording would absolutely be alright. Yeah, I would be on the side of the person Gravelording, even if it makes it harder for people in chat trying to help. Sorry. But I'm just a proponent of all the weird multiplayer features, so... I'm not in New Game Plus, so I won't be able to see Vagrant or Gravelord activity, but you know, aside from a sign and like the message or whatever, but I won't actually get the extra enemies. But yeah, sorry chat. If you're New Game Plus and Gravelords showing up makes things harder, well, it was worth it, so you could see them. Oh, Pukesbury is asking about Gravelording now. Oh, yeah, there's so many weird online features in Dark Souls 1. It's fantastic. Yeah, there's a mechanic, Gravelord Servants, the Servants of Nido. If you join that covenant, you get to use an item called the Eye of Death. It is a multiplayer item. And what happens is, whenever you use an Eye of Death, you send out, like, an invasion summon sign that invites other players to invade you. So right, you host for multiplayer activity and say, "Hey, come and get me." And what this does is, whenever you use one of those, anyone you send your summon sign to who's New Game Plus or higher gets a bunch of extra enemies showing up who glow red. So basically, the whole idea is like a random player online might make your game harder, but you can invade them and kill them to put a stop to it. Really cool idea. Again, since a lot of people tend to hang out in New Game Plus or higher, a lot of people never like really see that mechanic. But it is super cool to have like extra enemies, and I love that it adds like a more optional side to multiplayer, right? Because if you're someone who's like, well, I don't like PvP, I don't like invasions, it's kind of like, oh, well, they just added extra enemies into your game, so it's like a dynamic PvE element at the same time. Hey, we got the good Vagrant. I can see him over there. All right. So that didn't take too long. It wasn't too bad. Oh, this guy sees me. So let's take care of that. Yeah, like PvP with extra... Yeah, PvP with extra PvE. Exactly. Yeah, super cool mechanic. And because the Gravelord is like inviting a group of people at the same time, who are all like affected in the same way, just one of those other people doing it for you can solve the problem. So like maybe you don't invade that player at all, and you just mind your own business, and then the extra enemies go away anyways because someone else invaded them and killed them. So, but yeah, here's the good Vagrant. He's just chilling. So the good Vagrants behave exactly like crystal lizards. Right? As soon as I get near this guy, he's gonna like run away and disappear. Oh no, the buzzing returned. Okay, well, we're gonna troubleshoot more mic problems in a second. So frustrating. But yeah, here's a good Vagrant. The vast majority of people who've played Dark Souls 1 have never even seen this thing before. And I like there's a drift item over there as well, so he's just kind of hanging out with his friend. Alright. microphone. Like, what is happening with this thing? Let's see. Well, let's get him checked off the list. We'll take care of that first. So, we have good Vagrant. Lower platform near depths is taken care of. And in my master count, we're going to make that 48. 48 out of 92. Okay, cool. So we got good Vagrant taken care of, and I'll work on troubleshooting my mic here some more. So frustrating. Let's see if we can get him to run off and disappear. And there he goes. He's traveled off to another player's game now. All right. So the buzzing is getting worse. All right, let's see what's going on with this. It's gonna cut out and pop probably. Okay. Any better, hopefully? Microphone check, testing 1, 2. I think it's all buzzy still. I think it's all buzzy still. You're hearing my own voice repeat back because I just recorded in Audacity. Microphone check, test. I don't know. Sounds better, maybe? Alright, we'll roll with that. It's just frustrating because every time I quote-unquote fix it, like, it just seems predisposed to breaking again easily, and I have no idea where it's failing or what's going wrong. Nothing is different in my setup than when I did all of my, like, mapless run streams, too, so it's just like, what? I don't think it happened during that run. Okay. All right, let's go check for that evil Vagrant then. And where was I? Let's get OBS and very faintly still there when I talk. Anytime it's faintly there, like, it just wants to come back worse moments later. So I'm gonna unplug and replug some stuff again. Hopefully that's better. We'll see. No. People aren't trolling. It's I can hear it distinctly on my own end anytime I sample my voice. It is an actual problem. Oh, it's even worse now. Love that. Okay. Well. Huh. Love that. Any better? Testing 1, 2. Nope, it is still bad. I can still see it happening. Oh, what a pain in the ass. I wish I knew what was causing this. This is so frustrating. Bunch of streams without this happening, and then it just like started happening recently. I can tell it's in the kind that's going to decay and get worse though. But we'll just stick with that for now and just let me know when it gets bad. It's going to get bad shortly though. Like, there's a certain like noise floor to it where that tells me that it hasn't gone away and it's like about to get worse. Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, anytime it has like the light static underlay, that means like the worst version is like usually only a couple minutes away. Okay, so the evil Vagrant is going to be... no, yeah, I'm not on a laptop, unfortunately. Okay, I'm trying to remember the exact location of this evil Vagrant. He should be... how do we get here? I think we want to... I think we want to go up this ladder here. That takes us to the blow dart sniper, like the second blow dart sniper in the level. And then if we turn around, he should be on this platform. Oh, I forgot I never took care of this guy. So yeah, evil Vagrant should spawn somewhere up here. Maybe near this bloodstain, maybe a little closer to this enemy overlooking the parasitic wall hugger. Somewhere up here. It doesn't get rendered before I go down the ladder after the flame dogs. Gotcha. Yeah, so you can be pretty close to like the plat underneath it and not see it. That doesn't surprise me too much. Oh yeah, he's here right now. All right. Well, that was fast. Yeah, let's play around with this draw group stuff because Scantier is saying that he was taking shots from him without him even being rendered. It wasn't happening to me probably because of my stealth. There we go. That is an evil Vagrant, which is you know, recognizable as my avatar. get him checked off. That is evil sniper near wall hugger. And that is 49 out of 92. I didn't accidentally Wrath of the Gods him. If you angle the camera after going up the ladder, you'll see it disappear. Yeah, I wonder if it like doesn't render from the collision on the ground down here. Okay, well, he still rendered from down there, but, hey, get away from me. Oh, well. It's gonna be this ladder where we can't see it. Yep, yep. Yeah, we can lock on with it without it being rendered. Yeah, not surprising that a rare enemy like a Vagrant wouldn't be as well play-tested or have its draw groups as well thought out. It doesn't surprise me too much. I'm guessing that probably means, though, you can't see the blow dart sniper from over here. We're just trying to see them. I don't want to kill them because anytime you kill a Vagrant, they that triggers a cooldown timer for 40 minutes where you can't send or receive anymore. So yeah, it's just about Vagrant sightings. And then ones we don't get killed get sent off to other players too, so that's also fun. Yeah. Let's, I'm gonna take stealth off so that Vagrant starts shooting at me. No, you can't be the one to kill me. Bullshit. Alright, well. Okay, so we are going to head down to Lower Blighttown. Yeah, I've got to kill Steel on that Vagrant. He's probably pissed about that. Okay. I try to remember what my routing was in the mapless run. I think I was just kind of like... This is what I was trying to do, but who knows how well I was doing it. So the spot with the really poorly placed kill plane is right here. It's right when you go down the ladders to get towards Lower Blighttown, but before you go down all the scaffolding with all of like the crag spiders and the mosquitoes and everything. Right here. If I just walk through these pots, I'll just instantly die. Let's give that a go. Kill plane is clipping into the walkable game space. Very janky implementation there. Oh yeah, we're gonna rest at the lower Blighttown bonfire, but I don't find, now that we're already here though, especially on a leveled up character, I don't find going through the other way. I guess it's like slightly easier, but I don't really have any problems descending this way either, so. No concern. Oh yeah, could also just warp to Quelaag's domain and run across the swamp too. It's not like I don't have the rusted iron ring or anything. But like we already did it. You know, I don't like. I'm not that. Blighttown doesn't scare me. Let's not bother with that guy. I guess we still gotta. Okay. Hey, good evening, Waterfall Eyes. Welcome. We are absolutely going to swap out the Slumber Dragon Quest ring for the Rusted Iron ring. Oh yeah, getting killed here is going to go a bit slower, isn't it? Good news is during this run we can look for the good Vagrant and evil Vagrant at the same time. They're not right next to each other, but they're pretty close. So we'll include them in the same loop. But yeah, we're going to have to like keep dying here to enemies with a lot of health. So I think the play is going to be foregoing stealth, just accepting the fact that if we get close to these Vagrants, they'll just, you know, react right away. But I do want to die quickly, so we'll put on all the things that helps with that happening. I did rest at this bonfire, right? Okay. Overkill for needing souls, but whatever. I've got plenty of duped gear anyways. I'm just like, I haven't repaired my gear for in a long time and it's about to break. Okay. Easy, just wait for the poison to get you. Wait, so hold on, but we don't want both rings equipped. Damn it. These are effectively the same as each other. Right? Like I don't... One halves your health, one doubles your damage. I don't know which is like actually more efficient. If there's some, you could always throw that ring off, on and off. But that's like a lot of. Well, maybe that's kind of the play. Hold on. If I reorder my ring, let's see, rusted iron ring. If I put this right next to the dust crown ring. Oops, and I put the wrong ring on. Yeah, that because you only need to equip and unequip the dust crown ring to have it do its thing. So across the swamp, what do I do? What I mean by that? So there's two locations we're looking out here for. You basically just run straight across the swamp from the bonfire. And straight across the swamp, and immediately in this nook back here around this pillar is where the evil Vagrant. He's already here. All right. Well, okay. So, that answers that question. Alright, I have to see if the good Vagrant is here at the same time. And then the good Vagrant. Did someone put a message here? It's like right by this message. Strange creature ahead. Someone did their research or already found it. It's right here. So it's like, again, to compare that to the location of the bonfire, that's back this way. Well, Evil Vagrant is already here, so we'll just focus on dropping items. Let's get him checked off the list, though. I'm gonna put stealth back on for just a minute as we check him out. Okay, here we go. Evil across swamp, taken care of. And that master count is at 50 out of 92. All right. Yeah, so item bag, I think I'm going to hide around this corner. This seems pretty out of the way and well hidden. And I'm pretty sure I didn't see the Vagrant here, but I'll poke my head out again. Yeah. So yeah, already almost cleared out Blight Town. Very, very good start. I'm glad we got the Evil Vagrant quickly, because now I didn't have to worry about dying quickly down here. I can show off a ridiculous hiding location for item bags that like no random player would ever find and pick up. It's way, way too far out of the way as like a for like a route to do repeatedly, but just to put, I'm gonna do it once just because it's very funny. You're gonna be like, okay, yeah, no one would ever find that. Swamp water sounds are not bugged. Yeah, this does not count as water in the hit materials. This is its own separate thing. And I still don't know what mucus is. The hit material called mucus in Dark Souls 1. There's probably a way to like find reverse engineer and see what hit materials are referenced where. I don't know. Hey, welcome back, Simon. Yeah, anyways, this was my hiding spot for a drift item bag. Like, no one's ever going to find it and pick this up. It's like, if you've never played through the area before, first time you might hug all the corners. That's kind of smart. Basic 101 of video game exploration is check every perimeter. But, anyone who's played through the Blight Town at least once before is never, ever veered off to the side of Quelaag's domain. Like... when you're dropping stuff, does that help others? It's super interesting, but I don't really get it. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a hindrance more than helping, potentially, because the Evil Vagrants attack players. So it's not about helping as much as it is just sending players weird stuff. I guess the good Vagrants could be considered help because they drop random items, but like nothing not random exactly. There's a whole table on the wiki that shows like what the good Vagrants drop depending on what you dropped, but ostensibly rare items from the perspective of the player who receives them, and that's just kind of like, oh, that's a nice little thing if you kill it and get it, but it's nothing that great. Like, you might get a divine blessing out of a good Vagrant if you're very lucky, but that's like by far the best thing they can drop. You might get like a couple prism stones instead, or something really stupid and useless. Oh, that's right, Simon. I still got to get the link updated. I wish I knew how to get that stuff working, like, automatically. There's, I've never learned how to get, YouTube synced to Discord properly. I've watched video tutorials, I've, like, followed every step, and it's just, like, I don't know, like, there's just one aspect of it that isn't the same for me as, like, everyone else showing it off. I'm like, I don't get it. A lot of the tutorials explain, like, the Discord side of things, like how to link Discord to your YouTube, and it's like, no, I already did that. They're already linked, but in terms of actually going into a membership tier and being like, this tier has access to the Discord and gives you this level of the Discord, I've never found any option like that YouTube side, unfortunately. Yeah, we already got another drift item over here. So my workaround in the meantime is just like I manually posted links, but none of those work correctly because it's just like, I don't know, it's frustrating. But I will get a link fixed that doesn't expire as quickly. It is for members and patrons only. I guess I can drop an item. Well, no, I'll put in my hiding spot. Oh, awesome, Simon. That's great. You prepared for Vagrant spawning in the future. Looking forward to it. Hello, Mystic Zor. Welcome. I'm pretty sure the draw group on this Vagrant is good. Like, we don't have to get, like, right next to it to see it. Like, we could tell from here if it was already here or not. Pretty certain of that. But just to be safe, I kind of like to run around the corner and double check. Hey, have a good night, Simon. Ah, spicy fellow, you've got the good Vagrant here already, twice. Scantier's seen it already. Yeah, I have a recollection of being able to see it from a good distance away, so... Hello, Reelin. Welcome. Fingers crossed I get one of the ones you guys have been getting. Hey, thanks so much, Carmander. I appreciate it. Oh, you got the evil one? Nice. Yeah, I guess I should be like... Yeah, oh yeah, I got the evil one again. Look at him. Just hanging out over there. Yeah, I just realized, like, I should be whipping the camera around to keep an eye out for him. Yeah, if you're just adding items to your inventory with DSR Gadget, you'll be fine. Yeah. Yes, Freelin, we are spamming the network with vagrants, since, you know, you can't control who you send them to online, but by spamming the network with them, the players who receive them and don't find them and kill them, they will send them back out to someone else, and that just increases the chances that I'll get one back to me. So, we're going through a tour of all of Dark Souls 1 to hunt down every possible vagrant spawn location that exists, and yeah, just a sort of like our bird watching event, but for vagrants. Did you use no clip but strictly offline? Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably fine, Simon. You mean like no clip through Gadget? Like you like turned off collision to like go through stuff? Then I think you would be fine. Hey, welcome back, Carl. Vagrant Hunt has been going great. Last couple streams have just been so efficient. Yeah, I think you should be fine in that case, Simon. I mean, I can't guarantee anything. I've heard one person claim that, like, they got banned for using Gadget, but it's like, everyone who does PvP these days, like, uses Gadget and has no issues. And I've used it a lot, and I've never had issues. Not everyone who does PvP, that's an exaggeration. But I mean, a lot of the people who regularly make meta PvP builds, quick build making stuff. Next area is going to be Demon Ruins. Or technically Quelaag's domain, which doesn't spawn any evil vagrants, or at least evil vagrants correspond to somewhere outside of Quelaag's domain, most likely. But I would like to... I'm counting Quelaag's domain as a place where you can't really get vagrants, but I'm going to hunt down a drift item bag there as well. But yeah, tonight is all about Blighttown, Demon Ruins, and Izalith. Yes, there are different types of vagrants. Evil vagrants spawn from dying and losing a bloodstain that has 5 humanity in it. And good vagrants, the ones that are the kind that we're working on right now, spawn from certain items being dropped and abandoned. And even then, both the good vagrant and evil vagrant can each get a black phantom form, where if they get passed around even more times, instead of being their normal like white color, they'll get like a red black phantom color. The same hue that invaders get. Yes, Grandpa's food. Someone in chat did ask earlier about like the etiquette of grave lording. Like, is that okay even if that annoys people who are trying to help? And I was like, yes. Yes, it's definitely okay. It's cool even. You just saw a player ghost using binoculars to look at the good vagrant spot. I love that. It's so funny running into player ghosts where you know that it's like it's part of our crew messing around. You got grave lorded, hell yeah. No, I don't mind that. The questions, Raylan. Yes, they are exclusive to Dark Souls 1. No other Souls game has done like as weird multiplayer stuff, as much weird multiplayer stuff as Dark Souls 1 did, unfortunately. Yeah, really creative, weird, asynchronous multiplayer feature that they never used again. The other games also don't have Miracle Resonance. They also don't have Grave Lording. They don't really have stuff like the bell ringing. I forget, is the bell ringing in Dark Souls 3 actual online as well? There's that... I don't know. But yeah, Dark Souls 1 was really loaded with this weird stuff. Can I ask what you think about the other Souls games? Obviously, Dark Souls 1 is the best. Hell yeah. But do any others come close? My answer to this question is usually anytime they start a new universe, I'm most interested. So I've always sort of put Dark Souls 2 and 3 sort of at the bottom of my list. But this is like a splitting hairs kind of list, because it's not like, you know, I don't know, any Souls game is lower than A tier for me personally, you know, like, so we're talking like difference between like S and A tier, like, you know, there aren't any of these games that I dislike. I love all of them. But yeah, there's just something about like Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, like those all kind of like catch my interest more. But for replay value though, I think the older Elden Ring gets, like the less enthusiastic I am about running around in open world. So who knows how that'll age. A bunch of people have gotten the good Vagrant, so it should be happening for me soon. Yeah, like Elden Ring, I feel the same way. Like a little bit long. It's like too much game, which is a very funny complaint to have, because, you know, like, it's kind of great to have like a forever game that you can sink a lot of hours into, you know, but yeah, it's just not the right... With the amount of like bosses they had to reuse to like justify the game space that they had, and a lot of dead ends, like that it's just like another like crafting material. Yeah, I don't know. It stretches itself a bit too thin. But the high highs of Elden Ring are fantastic though. Like anytime the game's cooking, it is some of the best stuff has ever made. So yeah, complicated feelings about that game, but extremely cool game that has also a lot of parts that feel like a bit of a slog to play through. And I don't always mind the boss reuse. Like it happening at all isn't too much, but sometimes it's like, okay, there's too many dragon fights that are a little too similar, or like, you know, like it reaches a point where I'm like, okay, I've kind of had my fill. Yeah, you just have to lower your expectation for what a boss fight was. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Vagrants are only in Dark Souls 1. Sadly, Dark Souls 2 didn't have them either. Alright, Jizu got the good Vagrant. I still don't have it, it doesn't look like. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat. Always play for fun. True Souls Pioneer, getting the community to come back together after a decade. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know it just happened. So we have a while again before the next one, but I think I might turn Return to Lordran into Vagrant spamming sessions as well. Or I'm not going to redo the whole Vagrant run. Would be absurd, but like, I think my contribution to the next Return to Lordran is I'm going to live stream, and instead of engaging with the direct multiplayer like you're supposed to do with everyone, we should just go like spam Anorlando with Vagrants, like the archer spot. We should try to make the archers as annoying for everyone possible in Return to Lordran. I think that'd be very funny. Return to Lordran is an annual event where just a bunch of people try to play through Dark Souls at the same time, with the conceit being engaged in as much co-op and multiplayer, and, PvP along the way as possible. And it's usually in January for Dark Souls 1, I think. And, like, anecdotally, I don't have the best data on it. I think during the Return to Lordran events, like, you don't see, like, a really significant player bump in, like, the Steam concurrent players, but, like, anecdotally speaking, like, outside the church to the gargoyles, you do see a lot more co-op signs. So I think you might get a chunk of players who might be just normally hanging out at the endgame meta, deciding to say, like, oh, okay, Return to Lordran has happened, I'm gonna make a new character, or load up my low-level character and, like, do a bunch of, like, low-level co-op and stuff like that. So it does seem to, like, populate the game a little bit better. But the event spreads a little thin, though. Like, it's basically gonna be like, holy crap, the church is really active. And then, like, the rest of the game, like, it'll kind of spread out and kind of return to the average by the time you're at the end game. One of the problems with the Return to Lordran event is there's not really, like, a fully agreed upon way to... The earlier Return to events were always advertised as happening on a specific day, or a specific, like, weekend, like 2 or 3 days. But a lot of people complain, being like, well, it's not enough time for me to, like, start a new character and play through the game or whatever. And then so they quickly turn into, like, 2-week-long events, but it's like... If you join the event a week late, are you really even catching the event? Not really, probably, because the whole idea is to all join the game at the same time to really liven the multiplayer activity. So it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't, where setting it for a singular time is understandably not long enough for the event, but also spreading it out over a time dilutes the whole concept of everyone surging the game at the same time. Come on, good Vagrant. No luck yet. Yeah, activity on the first 2 days was clearly the highest. Absolutely. Yeah, that tends to like always be the case with the Return to Lordran. It's like you really do want to try to be there at the very start of the event if you're going to participate. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Vibrations. Yeah, this guy's putting up a fight, but this is you know, this is pretty normal. Like if we get him shortly from now, I'll be like, hey, that I would normally say, hey, that went pretty quick, but pretty quickly. Again, if I was doing this on my own without the help of chat, I'd be expecting to do this for like 2 hours, probably. Not a ton of evil vagrants, but I have the feeling since I got it so quickly, because we did see like at least 3 over there, but the fact that we got it so quickly, I think people eased up on spawning them here, which is fair. No, thankfully I can assure you, Scantier, that's not an issue here. Yeah, this is Blight Town is one big map, so it's loading in the by the bonfire in the sewer is fine. Well, yeah, nothing beats Ulasil. That was ridiculous. Getting the evil vagrant and good vagrant at the same time, literally on first attempt. Just trying to explain to chat where they are located, where they were located. Like, oh, you'll find it over here. And, I mean, we did have that tonight with this one, with that evil vagrant, so that was fun. Dark Souls 1 online pretty active. That's a relative thing. That's like hard to talk about. Like if you're trying to get summoned in the Undead Parish, or you know, summon help in Undead Parish, that's pretty reliable. Undead Burg at the very beginning of the game usually has a good amount of Gravelording activity as well. And then Anna Orlando will be pretty active, but like at the same time, when the game was newer, like on PlayStation 3 back in the day, you could use the Blue Eye Orb and like reliably invade players pretty often. Whereas like try to use the Blue Eye Orb now on PS4, PS5, like you're never gonna find anyone to invade, or if you do, you'll be very lucky. Maybe you can do that at like the PvP hotspot meta, but like throughout the game, like, oh, I'm gonna be level 50 and I'm gonna do Dark Moon invasions like in the catacombs. It's like, good luck. The game's definitely, in that regard, the game is very dead compared to how it used to be. You used to be able to drop a summon sign in the lower Undead Parish and get summoned within 20 seconds of putting your sign down consistently to help with the Capper Demon, right? And the game like has not been like that in a very, very long time. Ooh, Grandpa's Food got the evil vagrant again. The audacity of the evil vagrant on the Silver Knight Archer run. That's why it would be so fun for the next Return to Lordran to just like do a couple streaming sessions. Maybe like the first day, do it all in the Undead Parish or something like that. And then the second day, do it all in Anne Orlando. Yeah, if you drop an item in someone else's world as an invader, absolutely. Yeah, because it'll just see like, hey, this item bag was on the ground, and it knows to send that off. I think at the point though, it's going to be like tied to the host's world, right? So like you drop it as the invader, but then the host has to reload the area to send it off. Someone's ghost running over here. That suspiciously seems like someone in chat. So drop the item and kill the host is what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that happened to me on PS3 back in the day, where I was doing a lot of forest invasions, and I had maxed out my pendants, so I had 99 pendants, which can spawn good vagrants. And so, on one of those victories where I had 99 of them, it tries to give you the drop when you're still in the host's world, right? So I kill the host. It gives me like the text message saying, you know, victory achieved, whatever. You know, I don't know what it says when you win as a Dark Moon. It's been a long time. You know, returning with the souvenir of reprisal, whatever. So I auto dropped the pendant on the ground in their game, and I came back in my game, and without even another reload, I just already had a drift item in the same spot where I was. So like I think I got really lucky and got my own drift item back to me instantly. Which again, normally you need to reload things, but like on PS3, the amount of time you spend in the loading screen, like I feel like the host dying in their game sent it out to someone, and it was me before I finished reloading the area. It's pretty wild. Spicy fella got the good Vagrant again. You got the evil one again. Alright. Come on. Good Vagrant. Haven't been seeing a lot of item bags around either. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, maybe I'll get a Black Phantom Evil one first. I just thought it was around the right corner on the way out to the swamp. Interesting, Spicy. Yeah, getting the good Vagrant multiple times, but not even the evil one yet. 4 times? Oh, come on. It's got... Spread some of that luck around. I wonder if... it prioritizes ping in some way. If it's more likely to get sent I don't know. I don't know. Invasions in Dark Souls 1, in the original version of Dark Souls 1, were based only on ping. We don't really know how the remaster handles things. I don't know if Vagrant data was prioritized solely on ping as well. I never got to test that. Be like connected to 2 players at the same time and see who I have less ping with. And see if just like Invasions, if it always prioritized the same person for Vagrant stuff. Because it could be, because I wonder if Spicy's like sending it out to like a handful of players that are like have a much better connection with him or them. Rubbish does work for good Vagrants, absolutely. Welcome, Keeper Days. Vagrant Hunt is going pretty fantastically. This one good Vagrant here in Blighttown is putting up quite a fight, but we got the other 3 out of the way quite quickly, so. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, I was wondering where you were from. Like, I'm not surprised that you just said you're from the EU, because I'm just kind of like, yeah, maybe, it's not impossible for us to connect and send... Oh, I got a drift item bag over here. Look at that. The worst buzzing didn't return, by the way. Good, good, good. And you finally got the evil as well. Excellent. Yes, my avatar is the evil Vagrant. Why do they look technologically advanced? I feel like they look like a baby Lovecraftian. Like, what if Lovecraft, but cute? Yeah, I don't know how to describe the vibe of a Vagrant. Hey, welcome, Christopher Jessica. Vagrant vibe incredible. I mean, that is correct. Yeah, baby eldritch horror. We've got a couple of people from Australia in the chat. Have y'all ever seen that clip of like Leonard Nimoy, Spock from Star Trek, was like in some movie back in the day where he tried playing an Australian, and it's like highly referenced as like one of the worst like movie accents of all time. Even as an American who doesn't understand the subtleties as well, it's just immediately like, oh my god, that is like, what are you doing? Ah, the legs look like robo. I could see that. Yeah, the legs are like sort of insect-like. Hey, we finally got the good Vagrant. It's finally here. Let's see how close we can get without scaring him off and look at his weird insect legs. There he is. How close can I reasonably get without him disappearing? Close enough for my player light to like finally reach him. I think so. He's better. Yeah, he's better illuminated now. That'd be a fun thing to do. Just do like side-by-side comparisons of like when you disable your own light that you emanate. Like it is, some places are night and day. Like, oh my god, you really wouldn't be able to see in this area at all if it wasn't for your built-in light source. Like the catacombs. Catacombs are ridiculously dark without it. Okay, so that is good across the swamp, checked off. And that also updates our master count to 51 out of 92. And then we're going to do a quick detour in Quelaag's domain. That's not really a detour so much as it is on the way, but how do I update my checklist? Here we go. Let's drag this out. The other direction. Okay, so there's a list of Vagrant list locations, and Quelaag's domain is next on the list. Don't do that. And you can't really see like the ends of the legs as well. They sort of clip through the ground a little bit, but yeah, there's like the flat angled part that like is more flat to the ground. Not exactly flat, but there's like another joint or another knuckle at the. It reminds me a lot of the face huggers from Alien. The weird like knuckle joint. Oh, he's gone. Bye. So anywhere in Quelaag's domain. I realized I could just warp there, but whatever. I'm already over here. Where do I want to see a drift item? Do I want to see it like before Quelaag or after Quelaag? Anywhere that has the Quelaag's domain title card, I'm happy with. Well, I guess being near Bonfire will make it easier, so we'll just do that. I could have just warped there. Oh well, whatever. Because I thought it'd be fun to like do it around here, but you know, in the boss room would be pretty fun. In the boss room would be, as of running unnecessarily far from the bonfire. Where would be a funny spot to leave a bag? Like, I don't remember what the collision for that looks like. Or heck, putting it right by the lever would be funny. I think putting it right by the lever would be very confusing to random players online, so do the opposite of hide our bags. We'll put them out in the open. And again, you can put it wherever in chat. You can put it anywhere you want. Anywhere I might see it running back and forth from this bonfire is a good place, really. But fun fact about hearing the bell ringing sound, it did not work in Blighttown in the original version of the game. That was a change for the remaster that a lot of people don't realize is exclusive to the remaster. You never heard this in Vanilla or Prepare to Die edition. You only heard this around the parish. Game, what are you doing? There we go. You already got a drift item. Awesome. Yeah, this could go a lot faster if I just kept reloading right by the bonfire, but I kind of like the idea of putting one up by the lever. Yeah, seen that good Vagrant 5 times. That's fantastic. Very lucky, spicy fella. Oh yeah, I was gonna check the bottomless box. How we're doing on stuff. I think yeah. This is still all of, like, the same. Oh no, almost out of humanity though. Almost out of humanity. Alright, so we'll have to dupe pretty soon. After this drift item, we'll do a duping run. Black Phantom Evil in the swamp again. I just heard the bell ring twice in a row. That was cool. Let's see if I have the same message, if it's also Slayer icon. It is! There we go. Nice. Yeah, it gets the Slayer icon once that has 101. Anywhere between 101 and 200 rating, I believe. Cheapest drift item to have is the Transient Curse. Yeah, they didn't make it easy to grind the items that spawn good Vagrants, so that's the most affordable one that you can stockpile. Why is this bell so far underground anyways? Yeah, good question. Apparently there's some sort of air shaft somewhere so the giant can hear it. Oh, the bell ringing sound is basically instant. Ooh, I'll be on the lookout for your message there, Grandpa. Is this it? No, that's not. I did it. I already voted up. Yeah, you can leave multiple messages in Dark Souls 1. Demon Souls is the game where you can only leave one message at a time. Very frustrating. I think you can only leave one at a time in Demon Souls. I think that's right. There we go. Already got a drift item. And amazing item message. Let's go. All right. I didn't like chat. I did warp back to the bonfire last time and not like mindlessly run there. I think I've been dropping them all closer to the lever too. Right? Yeah. I'm like, I just total brain fart autopilot. I'm like, there's not a chance that I accidentally just like, I'm gonna watch the VOD later and be like, oh shit. That's the one I dropped without reloading the area and didn't realize it. I don't think that's the case though. Yeah, in Dark Souls 1, you should be able to leave 10 messages at a time. So if you're trying to leave more than that, it might have been erasing the most recent one, but yeah. Okay, I warped. All right, thanks so much for checking. Very silly problem to have, being like, crap, I hope I wasn't just blabbering away and didn't realize that I didn't warp by accident. Okay, we can get that updated then. So that is drift item in Quelaag's domain off the list. And that is Vagrant sightings 52. And where does this correspond? I have not checked. So does this help spawn at the nearest location in Demon Ruins? Probably. I don't know how the area is zoned. I haven't taken a look yet. Oh yeah. I gotta update the checklist display to Demon Ruins. Okay, so something a little bit different with the way this list is written. All of the lists so far, like, clustered all of the evil vagrants at the top of the list and good vagrants at the bottom of the list. But here it goes evil, good, evil, good, evil, good. Because these are all different sub-areas of Demon Ruins. So it was just kind of easier on the eyes. It'll make more sense when I show off the locations. But, like, it's one big map file. So we don't have to worry about, like, different maps in that sense. But in terms of, like, level chunks as multiplayer zones, like there's the Ceaseless Discharge portion of Demon Ruins, there's the Demon Fire Sage portion of Demon Ruins, and there's the Centipede Demon portion of, right? Like there's like 3 different bosses throughout the Demon Ruins that have all of their own like little multiplayer spots. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to divide the vagrants that way in the list. Yeah, and we are good to get started on the Demon Ruins here. Oh, it's the Swamp Vagrants. Damn it. Okay. Well, these are going to go back to the previous location. But now... Oh, wait. Dupe. I gotta re-up on all of my supplies here. So, we'll get started here in a moment. Already got a Demon Ruins Vagrant? Hell yeah. Hey, is the... Oh, no, and again, something that broke since the last stream is the, for some reason, certain windows being up doesn't let me change the Vagrant, like the hotkey. I don't know when it works and doesn't work anymore. Isn't it fun when, like, things work and then you don't change anything and then eventually they just stop working? It's like, what's different? Okay, so let's dupe my transient curses. We'll only have 97 in storage, that's fine. No reason to do a second dupe run between here and there, just to get like 2 or 3 more or whatever. But we'll get another stack right now. Oi. Brightness dupe. Okay, that fixes the transient curse situation. Twin humanities. Pretend to buy the duped longsword. Walk away. Brightness dupe. Okay, that is 99 twin humanities. And we'll dupe that again. Scancher already got the good and the evil Vagrant in Demon Ruins. That's wild.
Well,
Alright, pretend to buy the glitched longsword. Okay. And humanity.
Oi.
Oh, wait, no, I did the brightness dupe wrong. Let's try that again.
Oi.
Brightness dupe probably wasn't unsalvageable, but I did not press a button when I was supposed to, and I'm just like, well, I'm gonna back out and start over. And one more thing to dupe, and then we're back at the demon ruins.
You seem to...
Andre's getting bullied because I keep running off when I pretend to buy something. It's like the Dark Souls equivalent of prank phone calls. Gorgeous view. Hell yeah, let's go. 28,000. Incredible. It is so funny that the top tier of player message icons is the primordial serpent. Like, Framped or Cath or just, you know, another serpent. So good. Hey, welcome back, Dark Lord Disco. So I got all of my stuff duped again, and we can return. I usually like to... Yeah. Can you tell them apart at all, Fram the Cath? I feel like it's Framped just because... Well... Nah, I don't know. I take that back. I have no idea. He's kind of like the more default one, right? The one that you're more likely to see in a playthrough. So it's like he's kind of the stand-in for the Primordial Serpent, I feel like. Fake Dark Souls fan if you can't tell them apart. We're going to Daughter of Chaos. Yeah, there's tons, not just Framped Cath. A Primordial Serpent tattoo could go very hard, or it could also, I mean... You might have to lean into the goofiness, like a cartoonized style. Like, I don't know, because you run the risk of being like, what is that weird cucumber with a mustache and face that you have tattooed on? You know, like, it's like, what? Okay, so first set of vagrants we're looking for are here in the Demon Ruins. They're just at the bottom of the spiral path. Pretty self-explanatory. If the lava is here for you, they're not in the lava, but they're just short of it. They're literally just at the end of this path where it leads you into the lava when the lava's here. This is one of the only... Yeah, it's the only spot in the game where they put the evil Vagrant and good Vagrant basically right next to each other. You know, they've always been separated, but here they're within like a few feet of each other, right? Like, I don't remember the exact positioning, but it's kind of like... I'm just making this up, but like evil Vagrant could be right here, good Vagrant could be like right here, something like that. So we get to truly look for these ones at the same time. As far as where to hide an item bag, I think I'm gonna do it over here. I think I'm gonna just do it off to the side of the path where, yeah, this is kind of like a nook where not a lot of people will probably look. This guy just floating is a little funny. The giant dome texture for Izalith. Sydney and Eli just got the good Vagrant. I don't know, I'm running all the way down to check. I would be able to see if they were there already or not. Dark Souls could really use a good bean or two. Yeah, floating exact dude is the brother of the crestfallen merchant, and Sens who also floats. Totally. You know who also floats? Solaire. It's most noticeable with the crestfallen merchant for whatever reason, though. Yeah, they get rendered from by the bonfire. Yeah, that's what I figured. I like that someone put a message here, though. That's cool. I gotta reward this with an upvote. Ugh, next time. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that between this archway and the entrance to Ceaseless Discharge, this is a multiplayer zone. Like, you could be invaded while you're here, or summon co-op help. The idea of summoning co-op help for Ceaseless is very funny, though. Like, no one does that. Back in the day, as an invader, like, invading here a bunch, this was definitely on the short list. 2 places in the game where you were most likely to encounter hosts who are AFK, because they're just not expecting to be invaded here. Wonder what the hardest place to get invasion is. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, like what the average like wait time is in different areas. Assuming we're just talking like red invasion specifically. Hey, all right. No, don't fall, you idiot. Don't attack. Okay. Comfort. Love that. Oh, Tomb of the Giants. You should be like right here, straight ahead. The hole to Tomb of the Giants should be like over here somewhere. You can't invade it in the Asylum. Yeah, Asylum doesn't have multiplayer activity. It does have Vagrants, though. It's going to be the last location that we do. Aside from Anne Orlando, which I'm saving for New Game Plus, because I learned how horrible that would be with Anne Orlando being dark and not having the first bonfire. See, the other games have beans in them. Chat, is there some kind of bean paste in Sekiro? I don't remember. I'm just kind of like, I feel like that could exist in that game. I don't know. That's the game most likely to have beans. I don't even know how to pronounce that word. Troches in Dark Souls 2? Troch? Like, I don't know what that is. I've never heard that. Hey, we got the good Vagrant already. Look at that. If only we could have seen him with the lava still up, it would look cooler. troches. I mean, that sounds most likely correct, but I'm just like, I don't know. Again, one of those words that you never hear in conversation ever. Let's see. That is good. Bottom of spiral path. And that is 53 out of 92. Oh, wait. I didn't get that how I wanted it. Oh, and the Vagrant looks mad. Let's fix that. Is he better now? He's better now. Okay, too many windows open. Tabbing around like a madman. Alright, there we go. We can't assume that it's good because we're told it is. Let's ask it for its political opinions. Like Matto's defense, it was just born. It doesn't have any. Evil Vagrant, on the other hand, is really insistent that you buy NFTs, unfortunately. There he goes. Yeah, so I don't really need to drop any more items, so it's just losing humanity now. Let's get this reordered. The evil Vagrant said blockchain is the future. I don't like the dog pile too hard because, you know, there is a part of me that we got the evil Vagrant already. You know, I can have sympathy for people who like fell for scams and stuff like that. Like, that does suck. But it's like, my God, it was so obvious that NFTs didn't serve a purpose. Like, the average person doesn't need to ever prove that they own a JPEG. That they own, and I understand the blockchain technology could hypothetically have other uses, but again, it was just sort of like the initial reaction to being like, proof of ownership revolutionized, and it's like, are you talking to any like lawyers out there? Because I'm pretty sure they're just like, no. Like, this doesn't solve anything. You still, even if you own the NFT for something, like, did you sign a contract for, like, were you allowed to merchandise that asset? Like, you would still have to have a contract outside of the NFT itself to have some sort of legal agreement, right? Like, it didn't actually solve ownership disputes in literally any way whatsoever. Like, and again, no one needs to prove that they own a PFP. Like, just everything about that was wild. All right, here we go. Yeah, just truly inventing a solution to a problem that didn't actually exist. And which also wasn't really a solution. Okay, evil, bottom of spiral path. Other things too, people thinking it would apply to everything, and it's like, it's on the hackable public ledger, and it's like, people like thinking it would be used for, like, I don't know, like banking and stuff like that. Like stuff that you wouldn't want public. I'm just like, do not understand. Okay. Got that. And the master count, 54 out of 92. Just the pure level too of, like, obviously it was going to be like a pyramid scheme where the people at the top, like, were going to get rich off of it. Like, everyone buying into this sort of speculative thing where it's just like, you know, FOMO. But the idea that a slight permutation of a PFP has value because it's technically unique is insane. It's just so, like, the analogy that always comes to mind in my head is like, I could spill a deck of cards on the floor and take a picture of it and be like, this picture of a spilled deck of cards is unique. Literally, there are no others like it. That photo I just took is not worth thousands of dollars, right? It's like, yeah, it's technically unique. Does it have value? And all of these poor souls tricked into spending lots of money on these really lazily generated permutations of like avatars is like, oh man, that's such a bummer. You know, like, go talk to any furry. Like, there are people out there who regularly commission like indie artists, you know, like and pay for things and buy artwork that they like, but somehow people who never bought or commissioned artwork, you know, ever in their lives previously thought the system for it was revolutionized, and it's like, oh, it's such a bummer. All right, so we're on to the next part of the Demon Ruins already. So speaking of furries, Capper Demon's platform, let's go. What's the rarest Vagrant so far? We spent a lot of time grinding. Which was the biggest pain in the ass? The one in the good Vagrant in the Darkroot Basin. Spent almost 3 hours on that one. It was such a pain in the ass. Yeah, and I'm not even educated enough on blockchain technology to understand if there's some hypothetical other... I mean, I'm not just going to poo-poo on the concept outright 100%. Because it's like, I don't know, anytime you have a new way of doing something, it's like there could be some novel use for it, but in terms for what everyone was hyping up and, you know, speculating on, was just like, nope, this is not... Proving that you own an image with this technology is just not needed by anyone ever. Hey, we already have the good Vagrant here, we didn't have to try for it. He's just hanging out. Capper Demon's platform is what I call that location. We'll check him off in a second here. Oh. Eh? Hey, thanks for hanging out, Grandpa. I should call you Swoot instead. It's kind of weird saying Grandpa every time. Like, someone's gonna think of a grandpa hanging out in the chat. Let's use follow-up R2, or I could use Miracle Resonance like a true Souls vet. Bam! Got him. Hit him with the Wrath of the Gods, buffed by Miracle Resonance. Let's go. Love that. That's incredible. You had, it was funny because I read your comment and I was like, oh, you know what? I will do that. I was literally about to, I wasn't trying to show you up. I was trying to follow your advice, and then I saw that resonance sign. I was like, I gotta. Let's go. There's another good comparison again of how Zuli changed the Evil Vagrant's core for my PNG tuber sprite a bit. Or I have more of a galaxy interior. The actual interior is very goopy, ugly, massive humanity. All right, let's get him checked off. That is Evil Vagrant at Capper Demon's platform. And that puts us up to 55 out of 92. This is going pretty fast. Although, we'll be punished for our hubris. We're probably going to spend a while looking for the good Vagrant. We'll see what happens. All right. Oh, grapefruit. The last several streams, like the pace of Vagrant spawning has like improved dramatically. Because at least a couple people in chat have been going ahead. They've been giving like a head start instead of just following what I'm doing where I'm doing it. They've been going ahead, and that's been making a big difference. But yeah, good Vagrant should spawn all the way down by the Ember over there. I would be shocked if it drew from here. Maybe it would. I mean, we can see the Taurus demons from here. But even if it did, I don't know if we would even see it, in all honesty. Because I don't remember... It's near the chest. So it is somewhere over here. But I don't know if it's like immediately on the other side of like that little like pillar thingy. Like, you know... So might as well run all the way over there, unless someone gets the good Vagrant a lot sooner and can confirm. But yeah, I think I just got to go over there. Ugh. I think it might be behind the chest a little. Oh, damn, I got hit with the acid right away. Oh yeah, let me repair my stuff. Well, I have to get souls to... Well, no, I don't. I have a stockpile. Almost broke my talisman of all weapons. That's funny. I guess it does have lower durability. Oh, already a drift item right here around the corner. This is a pretty long run back. I'm surprised our bloodstain draws that far. I think we're probably like right on the cutoff of draw distance for it. But that doesn't relate to whether or not the Vagrant would draw, because it is draw distance for VFX, like bloodstains, draw groups for stuff like enemies. Ow. See another player hanging out over here. Probably one of us. Yeah, this is a very long run back. I have no idea what to expect with how they're drawn. The fact that we can see the Taurus demon, both the Taurus demons, makes me think that everything over there is drawn. I wonder why the rockworm is good at seeing me when I'm behind him. If only someone was working on a video about that. Oh, I think chat might have gotten borked for me. Let me take a look here. Let's see. Oh god, yeah, chat was like glitched out for me where I just saw like 50 messages show up at once. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. The stream was working for me the whole time though, so I don't know what that was all about. Hold on, I'm gonna have to unpack some feedback there that I missed. Okay, Spicy Fella says I can see it across. Okay, awesome. Good, 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 good. Because this run back's getting annoying. I don't feel like doing this every time. We can drop items closer to... It'll be fine. You didn't get it, but it's not behind the chest. It's overlooking the cliff past the last worm. Okay, cool. Good, good, good. So its location is... let's see. I can take off again. Making no sound is like... We can take off stealth for now. No biggie. So yeah, if it is spawned into our game, we should see it from here. Because it's going to be like right in the center over here somewhere. I think probably between these two pillars then maybe. Yeah, Prepared Edition is still playable online, but not with DSCM alone. You need to... if you just do a Google search, like how to still play Dark Souls Prepared Edition online, you'll find like a Reddit thread. You need like to tell Steam that it's Space War or whatever. Like there's a few things you got to do. Have a good night, Christopher Jazzcap. Wait. I see an item bag over there, I think. Or is that just the corner of my blood stain for a second? I thought I saw something. No, they never patched the RCE vulnerability, unfortunately. So, yeah. Tread very carefully. I do not recommend just going online in Prepare to Die Edition. Oh, there's another drift bag. I'm getting tired of seeing my bloodstain over there, so let's fix that. Always play for fun. They just are like set to spawn with certain quote unquote randomized dungeons in Bloodborne. So if you're like generating random seeds, very rare, very hard to get one that has one, a dungeon that has one of those enemies in it. But because every dungeon is actually like a fixed thing, if you know the code in advance, then there's 100% chance of seeing one, right? Because you just input a certain chalice dungeon seed or whatever it's called, and it will be there. So it's one of those things where it's like it can be an extremely rare creature if you're playing the game normally, but if you're like, okay, I want to see one, then you just look up someone's code for it, and then you will see it. Hooah. I should look with my binoculars every time, just in case, because again, I don't know exactly where it spawns. So I hope I'm fine. I'm standing at a good angle where I'd be able to see it. Oh, Dark Lord already got the next evil vagrant. That's awesome. Okay, cool. I'm excited that that's on the way. One of 2 places in the game where you can get an evil vagrant inside a boss room. It's fantastic. I think there's only 2 that can spawn inside a boss room, right? Because that'd be the one in the Taurus Demon Arena on top of the tower, and then this one by the Demon Fire Sage. Yeah, you can't look up dungeon glyphs without PlayStation Plus. That sounds right. I think that's correct. PS4, right, is when they started requiring PlayStation Plus to do a lot of online stuff. Excellent. There's a drift item bag. Oh yeah, I don't know why I'm only working on this vagrant at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, but I should be spawning this vagrant, the evil vagrant, as well. Even though we're not going to bother running for and checking that room every time just yet. Yeah, there's just an actual item over here. I think it's a soul item. I don't remember exactly. In my mapless run, I didn't bother going around to pick it up. But yeah, I figured that's not a bad spot to hide an item bag since a lot of people miss that item. I should be staring straight at the spawn point from where I've been checking. Okay, cool. Yeah, that feels right. Thanks for letting me know, Zero. Yeah, Hot Pocket. I'm not... So, I think... I'm trying to think of the items that people miss the most in Dark Souls 1. I'm trying to imagine like a top 5 or so. So, in the Undead Asylum, when you're leaving the area, when you're walking up that hill, you can really hug to the left and kind of like wrap around the ruins, and there's like an item out there. So that's missed pretty frequently. Firelink Shrine has one that you can kind of like wrap around to the side. That's probably not as high on the list as these other ones, though. Then Undead Burg, we have that room, the very first Good Vagrant location we did before the first fog wall. A lot of people see that item but don't know how to get to it because they don't realize that there's like you roll through the breakable barrels, there's that narrow hallway area that just has an open doorway. A lot of people miss that doorway. And in Sense Fortress, a lot of people see the Gold Serpent Ring and don't know how to get it. Probably a few in the Duke's Archives Tower as well. Might be good candidates, but yeah, this is definitely a candidate for one that's easily missed. As well as the Painted World, right? Because when we were in the Painted World, I showed that one spot, that nook in the courtyard, where a bunch of people in chat were like, oh, I've never seen that item before. Yeah, item near the phalanx to the left of the stairs, exactly. Yeah, that seems pretty easily missed as well. Something that's kind of fun is that, so in Debug, which I don't have installed at the moment, so I can't show it, because you can't go online with it. So it has like a Vagrant menu, right, which has all the stuff relating to Vagrants, like your inbox, how many times they've been passed. There's parameters that you can modify in Debug for how many times they have to be sent around, right? Like, the Drift item bag has to be sent 10 times before it actually becomes the Good Vagrant. But that's like just its default value. Like I could go in there and change it to like 1 pass if I wanted. Same for the Black Phantom versions, right? Like they have to be passed 20 times to be the Black Phantom. You could just change that to happen on the first pass or whatever. But there is a separate item menu. The talk of items and the randomizer made me think like, unrelated to that Vagrant menu, there is a menu for just showing all of the items that are in the level currently. And there's a Vagrant submenu, or at least subcategory in that menu as well, which is kind of fun. So it's kind of like it's being treated separate as like, not related to how Vagrants are being sent or created, but because it is creating extra pickups in the world, the game has to be like aware of them, right? So it does have a list of like these are like Vagrant item bags that are in your world or whatever. You would see it like next to the list of just like all of the loot that's in the level. It's kind of cool. Dropping transient curses on the first little hump from the bonfire and it almost vanishes into the ground. First hump, probably this thing. Is there somewhere we can clip into it? Or is it a closer, smaller hump? This one. I sunk there a little bit, but that didn't seem as sunken as it could be. Let's see here. Oh no! That's a funny way to die. I didn't quite get it that time, but yeah, I'm sure there's a spot. What about this one too? If you can really sink into it in a spot. Won't be satisfied until we do the Spawn All Vagrants no death run. No, but it's not literally impossible. That's the thing, Fino. That's what makes that so cursed. It's not impossible, because I could just have other players do the dying. So, oh my god, that is the worst run idea I've ever heard. I'd have to rely on the help of others just spawning the Vagrants, and I'd have to never die. I'd have to constantly just... Imagine like getting an accidental death towards the end of that run. Yeah, because I could just be doing homeward constantly. Like, I wouldn't be able to create evil Vagrants. I could only help create good Vagrants, but I could still get evil Vagrants from others. Yeah, that's nightmare fuel. That's definitely... No one's ever doing that. Have a speedrun timer going. Yes, our, 150 of the run going well. Hey there, someone was trying to point out the treasure. That's pretty cool. What is here? I'm gonna... Oh, it's 2 green titanite shard. I couldn't remember. Oh, that's funny. It couldn't be like a stack of 5 or something. I mean, like, come on. Like, that's just so... Oh, you got a good Vagrant in the fire stage room, but he was at half HP. So Scantier, he heard you. And he took fall damage, dropping down to you. Because I'm guessing you found him in the fire stage room, like on ground level, same area where you fight the boss. Because that's not where he spawns. He spawns higher up, by the elevator. So yeah, it sounds like he heard you. You meant the stairs. So he's on the stairs. How did... Yeah, he took fall damage somehow. I'm not sure how. I should be killing these guys with more Wrath of the Gods. Get them out of the way. Yeah, Hellkite's not the only enemy that can kill other mobs. That's a property given to a lot of bosses and mini-bosses. Like the Hydra kills the crystal golems. Dragon butts can hurt other dragon butts. Don't see it. I'm hoping this whole area corresponds with this good Vagrant location. It should. Oh, I forgot. That's why I wasn't spawning evil Vagrants. Duh. The evil Vagrant is with on the Capra platform. This is a waste of humanity. What was I doing? I mean, it doesn't matter, because creating more Vagrants for everyone online is good. So, yeah, duh. I already forgot we already got the evil Vagrant here. So... Can I pretend to rage when I die? I suppose I could do that sometime. Bug ahead. All right. Hopefully, ideally. That's the plan. I could try jumping. I sort of made a mistake in my Invisible Walls video. I sort of falsely advertised your ability to do a thing here. You can still do it, but watch. This is going to cause me to die. It should at least. Well, I fucked it up, so that's not going to kill me, obviously. No, don't pull out your binoculars, you fool. Alright, if I don't miss this jump, this should cause me to die. I missed it again. Fell for it again award. Hold on, hold on. I talked about jumping in between a set of invisible walls here and then doing a funny thing where you jump down them. Damn it. Alright, well, you know what? Next time. Yeah, my cat, it looks like we got confirmation that we will be able to see the good Vagrant from all the way over here. No luck yet. Yeah, because we can see all the enemies over there are included in the draw group for the collision we're currently on, so. Okay, so I talked about going in here. Oh, and I survived it. I actually survived it this time, so that proves me wrong. I was about to say how it didn't work. Okay, no, I take it back. I made no mistakes in my video, and I regret nothing. How did... Hold on. No. Okay. Pardon me, getting over this cold still. So, in my Invisible Walls video, I talked about how you could run down there, get stuck between two planes of collision, but you could do these funny series of jumps to escape again. I forgot I had no death turned on when I was gathering the footage there, and there's a kill plane there. However, I wasn't completely wrong, because you can do the same thing between the invisible walls on this side without hitting a kill plane. So I just showed the wrong side of the staircase. So I think when I initially tested it, I did test this side, and then when I went to record the video, I did it from this side, and I didn't realize I had no death turned on, so it's like, oops, kind of showed the wrong side. Yeah, nothing yet. Well, let's try the other side, because this is fun. Nope. Follow-up R2 failed me. I mean, I guess I could have been standing a little closer. Okay. But yeah, so if I land on this side, it'll work. Did I make it in? I made it in. Okay, so you get stuck between invisible walls here, right? You can't roll onto the bridge and you can't roll back out. So it looks like you're stuck, but if you're just very careful about... This is so stupid. These jumps could be a little awkward, too. You have to really jump from the top. Get me out of here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Get me out of here. No. Yeah, I did it. It's very funny that they have invisible walls lining the staircase, two planes of them, but they didn't line the entrance, right? Like, so it's blocked from this side and it's blocked from the outside, but it's not blocked from this side, if you can get over this. Which, to be fair, I can understand them kind of overlooking this, but there is a platform right up there, so very silly. Oh, can someone explain? You just during the stream while I was playing Leapfrog with the bridge? Yeah, just a funny set of invisible walls that was showing off. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna refill my water. This dude stays properly hydrated. Everybody point and laugh. Yeah, dude, I gotta. I have the fear of God whipped into me at this point. Because I've had kidney stones several times. It's been a good number of years since the last one I had. When was the last time I had one? I don't know. I think it's been over 4 years. So, good streak of not having them. But I had several, and it's just like, oh no. I'm gonna drink water all the time now. I'm a model kit builder. I am not. Yeah, I don't really have a... yeah, don't jinx it. I don't really have good, like, crafty skills. I'm not really good with, you know, hands-on artwork kind of stuff. I know it's a thing that could be practiced potentially, but I feel like that part of my brain never worked. Hey, we got him. But I don't think I ever will, in all honesty, because it's like, if I want to improve a talent, I would just do music related things, right? Like I would just like take music theory course, learn simple parts on a piano, like take some piano, you know, like something like that. Like I would just do that instead. So I've accepted my place in not having any like visual artistic abilities. Yeah, here's the good Vagrant. And he was way closer to the edge than I remembered him being. Look at that. We got him. So we got good by the large flame ember checked off, and our master count is going to be up to 56. Hell yeah, we did it. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave him be, because we'll set him off with another reload. It is fun looking at him from across the way, though. Like, what a little weird guy. You know, I'll get closer. I'll get closer. We get to for the stream VOD, we'll have better footage of this guy, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm pretty confident an arrow and Hawkring would reach that distance, I think. If you're using the Black Bow of Ferris and feather arrows and Hawkring, you can shoot something like 80 meters. And that's got to be within the 80 meters, I would think. Well, it's cutting it kind of close. Oopsie. Dark Lord Disco, I'm having way too much fun popping 5 humanity and trying to stay alive using only roll while aggroing every enemy. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hidden Body would let you get even closer to the Vagrants, absolutely. Yeah, they don't have any special, like, detection, so they just, pretty typical detection parameters that most enemies have. Yeah. Yeah, you can even like see him coming from, if you didn't see him across the way, which who would? You're not gonna see this guy until you get like all the way over here. Oh no, I'm getting... Get me out of here. God, that animation lasts so long, past the point of actually taking damage from it. I got grabbed again? Are you... I can't tell what is happening. Where's the screen? Okay, well, that's the closest we got. Forget the closer look at that Vagrant. That was... yeah, camera gore. Exactly. That was very funny. Oh, but look, the good Vagrant is there again, twice in a row. So we do get another look. It'd be funny if I died the exact same way again here, though. Like, I wasn't gonna respawn the area until I got the good Vagrant again to take a closer look, but no reason to not do it now. The goofball over there. Yeah, the worms here respawn. I think the only one that doesn't is the one right by the bonfire, is that right? Yeah. I think so. I healed on instinct like I didn't even take a damage. Okay. No, I'm gonna get grabbed again. Oh. Well, at least it's not chaotic being between 4 of them. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I guess I should really button mash more through that, I guess. There we go. There he is. Oh, someone put a message on him, too. See if I can do this without being seen. I don't know if I'll be able to, though. Okay. Oh, and the guy didn't even attack. Wait, why is that? Why is he not attacking? Have some investigating to do. And here we go. Finally, a close-up look at this Vagrant and its location relative to the Ember. And yeah. I'm gonna leave him be. I don't think he would run and jump to his death, but I'm... but I want to upvote the message. Here's what we'll do. We'll take off auditory stealth, so he'll come looking for me. He's gonna walk around this pillar looking for me. Cool. Now he'll run in this other direction. Goodbye. Yeah. I love all these Vagrant messages. It's so good. Vagrants are just obscure enough that I feel like no one normally ever leaves messages trying to point them out or talk about them. So seeing that repeatedly throughout the stream has been great. Oh, is there monster fucker discourse happening? I'm assuming that's the term that came up because I just... Or did we have a more family-friendly term for that? That's the only term I can think of. Okay. Oh, monster file is up there. Well. Okay, so an evil Vagrant can hey, there he is. We already have him here. So that's, we don't have to worry about that now. So yeah, this evil Vagrant can spawn overlooking the Demon Fire Sage room. Very funny placement. He could just join you during the fight. Love that. Such a cool placement. So yeah, I'm gonna update the list again already. Very quick. Evil overlooking Demon Fire Sage, and we're at 57 out of 92. I kind of narrate the number every time I update it, even though it's like everyone in chat can read or know how to add one. Yeah, very, very funny placement. The draw group here, people were mentioning in chat that you could actually see them from further out, so it's kind of like inconsistent. Yeah, that's some clumsy draw group stuff. The fact that it works from out here, then doesn't work from this set of collision, and then works again from there, that's kind of sloppy. I guess that means if the Demon Fire Sage was rendered and you could see through the fog gate, then it would also disappear from sight if you were standing right here. If it was like a Demon Souls fog gate. Yeah, maybe overlooked because of the fog gate, exactly. Yeah, so like what would happen? Like we're going about our business, we're like, hey, I've got a boss to fight. Oh, you know what? That is such a funny outcome. His nav mesh, the nav mesh. He's trying to get to us. He doesn't want to drop down. No. And that's RNG. That's his decision to do that was RNG. Like he could very well decide to start shooting at us from up there. He's not always going to run up the staircase. This is so funny. Yeah, taking the scenic route. He would never get to you. But then he might hear you fighting the boss and try to keep going up, but there should definitely be an outcome where he just starts attacking you. What? I don't know. I don't know. This is funny. This is weird. You know, I don't think a boss fog would affect the nav meshes, but I'm not 100% sure. I could be wrong about that. Because if an enemy just wants to try to walk through a boss fog, they will try to do that. Is this guy, is he going to shoot at all? Can I even get him to attack me? This undermines the whole purpose of this Vagrant. Like, come on. They put a Vagrant here that could attack you in the boss room. I wonder how many people have gotten an evil Vagrant here and just had the camera pan down too far, didn't even know he was here, and the Vagrant just tries to walk here and never gets here. So, like... Okay, Hot Pocket. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. Yeah. He should be able to attack you. I don't know why he's being very shy about that. I know, these guys can't get in here. I'm not afraid of you. Oh yeah, we could totally knock him down too if we really wanted. I mean, I guess I could run the long way around and knock him down with force, but yeah, falling down here. I'm surprised, Hot Pocket, is there no nav mesh here? It seems really funny that they put an enemy here and there's not a nav mesh, but maybe it's weighted funny. Yeah, attacking him might prompt him to attack me. No, the Vagrant wouldn't mind like having his projectiles just like attack into a wall. It wouldn't be a big deal. So he's not like trying to reposition for like a better shot angle towards us. Yeah, that's an evil one. You can tell because he has the crab claw for an arm. And the tall white tendrils on top. It's his refusal to attack us while we're down here is... Okay, he took a left turn. That's something a little bit different. Well, I guess we'll see him when we see him. We'll see him up there. Because I can show off the location of the good Vagrant. Which might be kind of an annoying run back, although... I'm guessing the bonfire below is closer? I mean, it has to be. Ow. Why does it feel like a nature documentary? Yeah, totally. This is bird watching, but inside Dark Souls. Okay, so the good Vagrant spawns over here to the left. Talk about a insanely hidden out of place little nook. Lit from Quelaag. I'm worried that Quelaag's domain might be map 14 instead of map 1401. So we could run into some of the same issues that we ran into in Darkroot Basin, if that's even an actual like barrier to success. Oh, I'm just seeing Hot Pocket's comment now. There is a nav mesh, but it's connected to a weird place back by the first route on the left. So you might think you're closer if you were back there. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, we'll just use this bonfire. I'm just going to drop the bags by where the good Vagrant spawns. Of course, anyone you could do anywhere closer to the bonfire should also be fine. Yeah, again, bonfires don't reset Vagrant, so this guy's going to be trying to walk all the way back to his home position, I guess. Oh, yeah, that's correct, Azukar. Yeah, this is the remaster only. There's no crossplay with the Prepare to Die edition. Oh, yeah, duh, I forgot I didn't reload the area, so I still have my drift from a moment ago. I gotta see this Vagrant try to walk back, though. It's very silly. Is he making progress? He probably got stuck somewhere. Yeah, there he comes, looking... I'm just gonna send him off so we can work on this good Vagrant, but it is funny seeing him trying to walk back. K-pop quiz, how far toward Izalith can you get before the Vagrant region switches over to the next one? I'm guessing it's through, as soon as you pass through the boss Foggate beyond the Centipede Demon. Is that not it? Or do you actually have to walk through, like, the cracked bell? Or are you talking from the shortcut side? Centipede's Arena is this one. Oh, yeah, but the boundary for Izalith, though, I was expecting it to be, like, as soon as you leave Centipede's Arena. Once you're, like, in that cave. That probably starts the Izalith location. I said I was going to leave him be, but this is fun, though. That's correct. It's the exit fog. Yeah, all right, cool. Hey, look at that. Someone's ghost. Gonna be a creeper over here and like watch for the Get our nature documentary footage. I feel like one of those people hiding in a ditch in the woods for a week to see a rare bird. Oh, he got stuck on something. He got stuck. What is he doing? He's dancing over there. He's stuck. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do a David Attenborough impression very well, so I will spare myself the embarrassment. Yeah, he's caught on something. He's caught on the elevator itself. What? He had to have seen me. I think, is he just trying to walk to me now? Why are you not even trying to shoot me, man? I feel like he's not satisfying his routing or something. Is that it? He's just really not like... But if I go up to him, he'll probably try to punch me, though. Look at that! He doesn't... I don't know how the AI works, but maybe the AI wants him to, like, get to his... complete this goal before he'll do his next goal. Look, we found a passive evil vagrant. First ever. Not yet, not so evil after all. Yeah, he should be attacking me. He just doesn't want to do it. There are collisions of some sort around the elevator. Oh, there might be an invisible enemy wall here, but still, he should be turning around to attack me. Like, this is bizarre at this point. Oh yeah, there's totally a wall here. Yeah, if I break him out of here and then go over here, then he'll totally just be able to punch me, I think. What? What? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Finally. His reluctance to attack, that was bizarre. Very bizarre. Like you said, even the vagrants are unfinished in the demon ruins. He gets stuck here and he doesn't know what to do. That is so funny. Well, I remember Scanter, you said something earlier about like the vagrant just walking and not disappearing. It's got to be some jank with it, whatever's going on up here. Hey, drift item bag instantly. Put the stealth items back on. I should just Wrath of the Gods this one. Do I ever get nervous that the Vagrant won't ever spawn? Not exactly. I mean, when I was testing Vagrant locations back in the day, there are definitely some that really tested my patience. With the help of chat, it doesn't seem like anyone will be too horrible, but we have had one so far that took 3 hours. So I do worry about that happening again, but... Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious to see what was going to be like the biggest pain in the ass of the whole run. Not this one, apparently. Already done and taken care of. This is what Scanty is saying. There's something weird with the collisions here. They don't know what they don't behave normally here. This guy should have disappeared a long time ago. Lock on, you think he's at half HP? He is! What would have caused him? Yeah. Okay. We have a mystery here, Hot Pocket. We don't know. How did he take damage? Why? How? Possibly. Yo, I'm glad you caught that, Scantier. I'm really glad that is what? What? Normally they have no problem just running into a wall, and if they get stuck there, then they just say, peace, see ya. Taking damage walking down the stairs or something? Maybe. Yeah, maybe like... that's so bizarre. Dude, you can disappear and you can leave anytime you want. God, we did it. We finally trapped a good Vagrant. Aha! He found his way out. Took him a while, but he finally did it. Okay. He shouldn't spawn midair. His placement just should be on the platform where we found him. So weird. Some jank up here. That is so bizarre. Well, good Vagrant is checked off the list. And yeah, we have time to do Izalith. Especially because there's only two. There's only two throughout all of Izalith. So let's do it. Let's get this leg of the map wrapped up. So that was good checked off. Let's get that up to 58. And let's get our checklist display updated. Much shorter list this time around. Oh, it's not spawning on the floor. There's a sheet of collision covering the stairwell, hovering above the entire thing. Interesting. Yeah, that's causing a problem. Yeah, it seems like it. Bizarre. Very weird. I'm glad you caught that, Scantier. Yeah, this I wouldn't have thought to lock on and check his health. So we are working on Izalith. Where do we want to go? We want to go to the Izalith bonfire. Yeah, you could always mod them back into the game, though. So, not impossible to test, but... Now don't mix up the orange shard ring and ring of Chloranthy again. But why not? That sounds like fun. Alright, finally onto Izalith. I remember this is a good Vagrant that back in the day took me a lot of effort as well. This is one of the ones that I spent probably at least a couple hours on. ring of calamity ring. Yeah, not chloranthy. I did put on the wrong ring, but not in the lava earlier, thankfully. So it didn't happen in the worst place, but I did mix up the rings. All right. So, for anyone who's helping, you could just be losing stuff around this bonfire. It'll correspond with our next locations. Oh yeah, can you explain what the initial method I used for figuring out vagrants initially? Like determining their spawns and drift item correspondence table? Sure. I'm just gonna stop moving the character while I explain this, because if I try to do both at the same time, it'll take me forever to think about what I'm trying to say. So, the game manual mentioned the existence of vagrants. It was like a 2-sentence explanation, being like, lost humanity or items can result in vagrants. It did not clarify evil vagrant versus good vagrant. It had no specifics. Literally just like a 1-sentence little thing. But that gave us the starting ballpark of like, okay, humanity and items are, involved in some way. And then I still don't know the reason for this Hot Pocket. There's some sort of, and I don't know if it works the same in the remaster anymore. There is some way to like leave an area on foot, like without accessing a loading screen and coming back. And like, I think not all of the items you drop will have vanished, but some of them will. You think it would be an all or nothing thing if they're going to unload, right? So I was investigating this with someone else way back in the day, where we would drop like a few item bags in Darkroot. We would drop like 10 item bags. Like you go past the Titanite Demon, go a little bit into Darkroot, run all the way to Firelink Shrine, like take the elevator in the parish, run back to Darkroot, and like some of your item bags would still be there, but some of them would be gone. And we're just like, huh, that's really weird. And I remember thinking, like, does this have to do... I in the back of my mind, I was like, does this have to do with sending items for vagrants? And that specific behavior of some bags disappearing and some not probably doesn't, because it's like, what? But in the process of testing that, we did some like full reloads where we came back, like we died or something happened, and then we found some bags waiting for us that weren't just ones that didn't get unloaded. And that's when I noticed, like, oh shit, this bag doesn't have what I dropped in this exact spot. So like that was like the first sort of success that we hit, where it was kind of like, dropped items should relate to vagrants in some way. At this point, I was already taking, like, documenting every vagrant that was posted to Reddit, and, like, any video clip I could find, any report being like, oh, I killed a vagrant and this is what it dropped. So, like, at this point, I had known that evil vagrants always dropped humanity or twin humanity, and that good vagrants dropped a variety of items. So it's like, okay, the good vagrants probably relate to dropped items. And I like witnessed an item bag getting like transported around, and then around the same time there would have been a report of like, hey, I found a random item bag in my world, like, what is this? And I was like, oh, it's the same thing, it's probably a proto good vagrant. So I was totally correct with that hypothesis. And then eventually I used a mule, like a save mule, like a hacked save file on PS3 that started with 99 of most items. It was very funny because the first mule that went out, like the popular one, was kind of like ethically made in the sense that like it was used for fast PvP, like build making. So it started off with like stacks of like 99 of like all items, but they didn't want it to be used for like easy like cheating. Like sure, it was used for like fast build making, but like they didn't include 99 divine blessings because they're like, no, fuck that. we're not helping people with that. And it also didn't include 99 of some of the useless items, like 99 gold coins and, like, some of those things. So I remember having to ask around in the community for someone with the know-how, like how to like modify it and change it. And I remember I was met with some skepticism back in the day because someone would be like, "Oh, like hey, I want to test a Vagrant, like you know, can I get a file that has 99 divine blessings in it?" And there were a couple of people just being like, "Oh, sure." You want to quote unquote test Vagrants, you know, like like doubting me, like this is my like plea to have a modded save file that I could easily cheat with or whatever. And then the Future Press guidebook had a list of all the Vagrant locations, right? And it's mostly correct. Some of them are technically correct, but not worded the best way they could. And there's like one or two straight up errors in there. So I had to like run around and basically, once I figured out that certain drift bags, if you drop them and reload enough, you could eventually get a drift item bag back. That's when I like tested all of the items. The only item I missed was rubbish. I did have a stockpile of 99. I dropped like over 99 of them, probably twice, and never got a drift item bag back. So I think that was the only consumable that I missed with my old school testing, and it wasn't until debug that I figured out that it did work. Yeah, dupe glitches were discovered eventually, but like I was doing this before dupe glitches were known. But someone on 360 having 99 mushrooms might not even be a dupe, right? That could be like it could be just be a hacked save file, or it was people just trading and loading save backups, you know? Like someone has 2 Elizabeth mushrooms, they give it to a friend, that friend gives it back to them, but you reload your save before you pick them back up, so now you're doubled, and then now you drop a double side stack, and it scales pretty quickly to getting 99. Okay. So yeah, there was my kind of unfocused explanation of how I tested Vagrants without great tools back in the day. Okay, so the good Vagrant can spawn temple and lava area right behind this chest. I think it's like literally right here. I think I'll probably try dropping them in a few different places. Oh, someone's ghost. Someone's suffering on the bed of chaos. They had heavy armor on. I don't think it's one of us running throughout the lava. Ouch. Just get up and attack once. There we go, thank you. Hello, welcome, Anna Wombo. Since these guys don't respawn, I'm just gonna take them out, because it's like... You think you were baked when you came up with it. It's pretty great. Owie. Okay. Dragon butts out of the way. Where's the building? Yeah, this evil vagrant. We've got like lava between us. Like we've got a few things going on that are not very fun. Speaking of which, it's time to take armor off. I'm not I've been repairing this constantly. This good vagrant probably will hear us approaching, just because we're not equipping Slumbering Dragon Crest. I could like slow walk when I get here if I wanted, but that wastes too much time. I'm trying to figure out the best place to hide an item bag in this area. Just assumably, just anywhere in the lava, I guess. Like, it really could just, There are some items like further out in the lava, so like people might... I guess you might see that running to this building. Probably, I mean, with running past all the dragon butts to the bonfire, you could miss it. Yeah, ironically, they won't hear the loud lava sound. Yeah, it does match the color of the lava pretty well. There's a lot of like far off nooks and stuff where they could be hiding. Rolling in water way louder. Yeah, lava does not have a volume amplifier like water does. And neither does swamp water or tar. Fun fact, the internal name for the tar at the bottom of Sen's Fortress is coal tar. Yeah, like we could put an item bag somewhere completely absurd, like even that though you might see against the wall. Yeah, you can see it against the wall, so actually maybe not the best spot, but you know. Lava isn't wet. That's breaking my brain to think about. I don't know how I feel about that statement. That's a fun thought exercise. I think it's wet because, like, a liquid is wet. And it doesn't matter what its solid form is. But it's very extremely viscous. It's not like it's that soft, though. It's, like, extremely viscous. And hard. It's as wet as oil is. Yeah, it's soft rock, which means not that soft. Is liquid hydrogen wet? Yeah, like I think anything that can be wet in liquid form can make other things wet. I guess. I don't that's Would a paper towel absorb lava if it didn't burn? if a rock turns into magma in the forest and nobody is there to hear it, is it wet? Oh, I should be dying to help spawn the evil vagrant too. You know, so. Lava's only wet if it comes from the wet region of Lordran. This is actually not bad, because if you come in here for the chest, you're gonna see an item. But like if you're just running by, although I don't know why you would run by this area repeatedly. By opening the chest, I might have made it harder to spot the vagrant in advance. So I don't remember exactly. Maybe he's like off to the side back here, and we'd see him right away, anyways. But whatever. Oh yeah, again, I should be dying. Really? I stood still where he jumped and he couldn't even hit me? Wetness has to do with both the viscosity of the liquid and the stickiness of it. Yeah, I mean, that's... You're not wrong. Yeah, because if something isn't totally hydrophobic, then it doesn't get wet if something like water touches it. If you eat weed brownies until you're full, will you get munchies? Asking the important questions. Oh yeah, wait. Could God microwave a burrito so hot he couldn't even eat it? I think a YouTuber, Cody's Lab, tried an experiment trying to get liquid mercury to rise through a paper towel with the capillary effect. Fascinating. Mercury is such a tease because it's like it looks like it would be fun to play with, but obviously you don't want to touch the forbidden. The forbidden metal. There's lots of forbidden metals, but also that one. Which, like, if you don't have any cuts at all and you don't ingest mercury, it's not dangerous to touch it. But like, so many asterisks you have to apply to, like, you can't. That's not like, oh, you're just fine if you don't eat it. It's like, what if you had a small cut you didn't realize, you know about, or, you know, you don't properly clean all of it up and then there's contamination later on, like. But in a completely controlled setting, if it was just sitting on a table and you just poked it, like, you're fine. But I don't think it absorbs through the skin without cuts. I don't believe so. What's the gas that makes your voice deep? Like the opposite of helium? Because that sounds fun. You can absorb some forms of organic mercury, but metallic mercury cannot pass. Gotcha. Sulfur hexafluoride. Yeah. That's fun. I have a feeling this good Vagrant's gonna put up a fight, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Gotta remember to die instead of just casting homeward. Lava got me. Yeah, I could take off the lava ring. I feel very lazy about unequipping it and re-equipping it every time, though. I might, to speed up the process, I might start doing that at some point, though. That's not a bad idea. Stream smells good today. Excellent. Yeah, instability damage. Yeah, I could be taking instability damage here. Well, so much for that. Let's try it again. It's that bigger stomp. If it gets you, it does more damage, but it's hard to... If I get hit by the other one, then I won't... I don't know if I'm set up for instability. Nitrous oxide will deepen your voice. Found the looks maxer. Oh no. Imagine if, like... Oh, what a cursed combination. We need to trick the looks maxing crowd into thinking they need to deepen their voice with gases as well. You're not masculine unless you huff this expensive gas. Look at that mesh hole in the map. Disgusting. Seeing the lava under there. Did anyone in chat see the early demo of path tracing in Dark Souls 1? It looks like terrible. But that's not me talking shit on the mod efforts. No, it's extremely cool. Like at the same time, yeah, it's been happening in Dark Souls 2 with Dark Souls 2 lighting engine, but someone independently got it working in Prepare to Die edition of all things for Dark Souls 1. Very preliminary, very early, and it kind of just makes the game look like really flat. I don't know if it's like messing with like bump map texture. Like environment looks really flat in a lot of places. But it is cool seeing that. Like, it is super cool. And it was very buggy in its first implementation. And like art direction wise, just slapping that onto the game as it exists is not an improvement at all, in my opinion. Like, it's just so like the original art direction matters to the extent not even in like really like highbrow art direction kind of ways where like, oh, like the aesthetic of this area is ruined. It's like no functionality. Like, rooms are stupidly dark. You know, like the sort of thing with that kind of mod is like it's a never-ending game of whack-a-mole, because even after you implement a system like that, it's like, okay, but now that all like the point lighting is gone, or like the general brightness of the environment doesn't work that way anymore, like all of these rooms that you used to be able to see no problem in are stupidly dark. So it's like now we have to add like sconces along the walls, or like, you know, you kind of just have to keep doing it when you're going to do something like that. But I love that that is starting to exist though, because like whenever I see mods like that come into existence, I know the average person kind of thinks like, oh, I can mod the game to make it look cooler and more modern or whatever, but for me the cooler potential is, what if you use these games as a base to put completely new areas in, right? Like, you want to mod Dark Souls 1, but you're not just trying to modify existing areas. You want to do something a lot grander where it's all new areas. That's when stuff like lighting mods really get to have their like true potential, right? Because then when you are designing the area yourself, the original art direction is completely out of the discussion. There's a drift item bag. Now you get to design the areas how you want them to be lit. So in that aspect, like, it is super cool to me. And another drift item bag back here. It's not remastered. That's a different mod. That is actually a different mod made by FromSoft Serve. Oh, oops! I popped 5 Twin Humanities by accident. No, yeah, this path tracing Dark Souls 1 mod is, it literally just happened like a week ago, or something, like really, really recently. So it's more of a proof of concept demonstration where, like, again, a lot of the game looks really ugly because of the changes, but just the fact that it's happening at all is super cool. And then every now and again you get like a doorway where the light is spilling into the room in a certain way. It is really cool seeing messages glow with that mod, and it's just like, seeing like this orange aura around the messages like spilling into it, like, that is so cool. So it does get me excited for, like, again, if anyone could ever utilize that tech in completely like new areas that get modded into Dark Souls. That's kind of the dream to me. The rare swole vagrant. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, there's been discussion of path tracing in Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 in the works. This just came out of nowhere for Dark Souls 1. Again, literally like only a week ago, I think. Brand new development. The Dark Souls 2 one is really like is kind of the most exciting place that it's happening to me, though. That's the game where like the original look is perhaps the least sacred. Especially since there's, you know, endless debate about more advanced lighting in the original demo, blah blah blah, like. That's the game that I'm most receptive to, like, just modding it to try and make it look better. Yeah, there's really cool stuff. The person making the Dark Souls 2 lighting engine mod is doing really, really cool stuff with it. There used to be some crazy stuff with, like, I don't understand the pipeline for this stuff at all. I'm going to explain it correctly. Someone else in chat can correct me. But there was some part of the pipeline with the previous, like, ray tracing or something like that where you'd have to, like, process using, like, data farms to get them, like, to originally set up the mod, or like what, like there was some like very like resource intensive aspect of it, and the person making the mod is very like self-conscious about that and is like, this sucks, I don't want like AI or like data farming like really resource intensive crap being used in the process for this. And the path tracing has been accelerating to like not require any of that stuff, apparently. Again, I probably just summarized that kind of poorly, but it's something to that effect. Oh no, just realized you're chatting with the stream like 20 minutes behind. Yeah, that can happen sometimes. It might have been the denoiser that required a lot of like processing previously, but apparently that's like being fixed. Yeah, the denoiser algorithm. That's right. That's right. Oh, that's not a bad method for catching up on a stream. If you don't want to like miss parts, but you do want to catch up, is just speed up the playback speed. Clever. Yeah, the path tracing for Dark Souls 1 was for Prepare to Die edition, of all things. I forgot to consume more humanity, but that's okay. Set off that other bloodstain. So they probably got RTX Remix to work with it. Yeah, that's ringing a bell since it's a DX9 game. Yeah, I'm not like well educated on these topics for any of that sort of info to stick, but that is ringing a bell now. So I think I read that. Oops, forgot to pop humanities. They have to do a lot of reverse engineering to rewrite shader paths, though. Lots of work. Yeah, that's again, it was so preliminary that like it's clearly not anywhere near where it's supposed to be yet. Like it like straight up looks terrible. But the fact that it's working at all, again, breaking the ice on that is super cool to me. I kind of want to hide some item bags again. Somewhere like kind of out of the way. again, there is, but like there is actual loot back here, so players might go back here, but probably less likely to go back here than where I'm putting them. So that's exactly right, Solar Eye. Yeah. Dark Souls 1 has a lot of quote-unquote fake lights that make it hard to transform to realistic lighting from an artistic perspective. Absolutely. Yeah, because you see that in the demonstration. That there's so many areas that are obscenely dark now than it used to be, and it's like, you don't even have a torch in this game. Like, what? Like, oh no. Are you, like, yeah. Are you supposed to be carrying a sunlight maggot everywhere you go? Like, I forgot I already dropped the item. We lost another dragon butt. Not sure which one. Yeah, because in that mod, in the first implementation of it, the player character wasn't emitting any light from their body. That was turned off. So it was just like you couldn't see anything the second you stepped indoors anywhere. Like. Keep forgetting to pop humanity. Gotta get these in. Denied, but that's okay. Who cares? Damn autocorrect. I don't think London exists. That's the most common autocorrect typo that happens in all of Souls. You see that on Reddit all the time, like Annar London, New London ruins. Well, FromSoft didn't work on the remaster, so I'm not surprised that it wasn't. Bandai Namco was very pumped out the remaster as cheaply as they could. Definitely rushed it and didn't support it nearly as well as they should have. It was a cash grab, which I'm glad isn't too normal for the series, but like, yeah. This is the whole remaster situation was not handled well. Yeah, it was developed by Quelaag. Remaster is developed by Quelaag and another Chinese company for the Switch version of the remaster. But I've always wondered about that because, like, they share, even though the Switch version has all the original graphics, right, and runs in 30 frames per second, it has all of the same quality of life features. It has all of the same stuff happening server side with the different matchmaking from the original. Clearly there was some communication between them. They had to have shared some files. Like, there's no way they completely independently from scratch put in all of the same changes for the remaster, you know, aside from the graphics. Switch does have the old bonfire flames, thankfully. Hey, look at that. Hidden bag in the corner there. I like it. I dig it. Yes, which version has prepare to die graphics? Yeah, it's a great version of the game to play if you don't mind. It's like the best. It's sort of like the best version of the original look for Dark Souls, aside from the fact that the audio sucks. The audio is so horribly compressed, and it didn't really need to be. Totally lame. Totally lame. Hey, welcome back, Keith. Yes, we are in Dragon Butt Land. Grinding a good Vagrant that can be... Hey, look, here's someone's drift item bag just hanging out in the lava. One of these good Vagrants can potentially show up in this building with a chest in it. He can just spawn back here, so we are working on that at the moment. Evil Vagrant, there's probably already been multiple in and out of my game already, but it's just further in the level, so I don't feel like checking for them in the same run. But the evil, anytime we do this though, with like spawning evil Vagrants while we're looking for a certain good Vagrant, like the evil Vagrant is always very easy to find afterwards. Because they're the easier of the two to spawn, and we'll just have like really thoroughly pack the area with them. Yeah, this isn't even that bad, Scantier. This is like kind of normal. Like for even the good Vagrants that take a little while is like well above pace if I was doing it on my own. That's one thing with the original graphics that's so funny is that like this area was such an eyesore in the original version of the game. Which like lava should be stupidly bright, you know, but like it was stupidly bright. It really doesn't look like this at all in the original. It's like a much brighter yellow with a much brighter haze above it as well. It is just like complete eyesore. Which is quite hilarious. I mean, that's kind of better because like the area already sucks, so like might as well go all in. Just yeah, the OG one had a like really strong bloom effect as well, in addition to like the actual like texture itself just being a lot like brighter colors. It matches the sound. Yes, it had visuals to match the audio. Come on, let's get a good Vagrant. I am gonna randomly drop an item bag somewhere like very out of the way. Like let's can't fit under that branch. Like, what's a truly out of the way place? This seems pretty truly out of the way. Then again, you might just see that as like walking into the area, so I don't know if that was whatever, but... Oh yeah. Yeah, if I don't get pop these in time, that is fine. Oh, someone put a message here. Oh, that's funny. Look at that. Messages proliferate so much better in the remaster than they did in the original version of the game. I'm very like reliably and consistently getting messages from people in the chat. That did not work so well in the original version of the game at all. Zera's Cube finally got the good Vagrant. Excellent, excellent. Hey, thanks for helping out again, Reichbar. Have a good night. Oh, I can see the message was from Jizu. Fantastic. Yeah, there's a drift item waiting for me. Don't you love getting stuck on the stairs here? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I like this corner that someone else was using. Do you have any thoughts or ideas on what my next stream run might be? Not 100% sure yet. When I'm done with the Vagrant run, I am going to stream in as of yet unannounced indie game. I have no idea how many streams that would entail. Maybe 1 or 2, possibly. But after that, there would be another Souls run of some kind. I don't know if it'd be a Souls mod I haven't done yet. I know with Fino the Fox, we've been wanting to do combine seamless co-op with a randomizer. I think that's possible, right? People have done that before. So definitely some randomizer runs as well are on the horizon. Dark Souls 2 wipe all enemies. That is so cursed that I might actually have to do that eventually. That is going to be... This is already, like, stupid repetitive activities. That would be... brutal. That would be true nonsense. Again, for anyone in chat who doesn't know what we're talking about, it's like, oh, some people despawn all the enemies in Dark Souls 2. That's not a big deal. No one's ever despawned the rare 1 in 1,000 spawn chance pig in Seldora. There's a pig that has a 1 in 1,000 spawn chance, and we would have to kill that 12 times to truly satisfy a despawn all enemies run. Which is why the idea is terrifying to me. Yeah, that's what makes it. Plenty of people have done despawn everything they can aside from that enemy. That truly sets it into new terrifying territory. Yeah. That's why I'm dreading the idea so much. That's just like, oh no. The fact that I thought of that as a possible alteration to that run, like, is just so cursed. Yeah, this says chat participation. That would be longer and less interesting. I agree. And even again, the thing with Dark Souls 2 is that it's like I'd be torn between choosing between the original version of the game and Scholar, because it's like, well, Scholar has technically more enemies overall, I think, you know? So it's like, oh, that's more enemies to despawn. But is it? Because in Scholar of the First Sin, none of the enemies in the Rat King Covenant areas despawn, but they do in the original version of the game. Which was a huge oversight, right? Because you join the Rat King Covenant, you start using all your Ferrous Lockstone contraptions to unlock all the traps, so you try to like level up your PvP layer. You know, you pull other people in to invade you, and they got to make it through your lair or whatever, and you have all these traps. And so the enemies in the area are hostile to them, because they're on your side. And then those players just keep killing the enemies off until they despawn. And you're just like, what? So good obscure change from Scholar of the First, and that a lot of people don't realize. Then again, no one really does tons of Rat King Covenant activity anymore. That was something that mattered more when the game like first came out. But I was so annoyed by that. I did enough Rat King Covenant activity in vanilla Dark Souls 2 that I saw my enemies start despawning, and I was so pissed. Hotpocket says, doing one of my obtain one of every item runs in Dark Souls 1 could be fun. It's pretty normal, but has a big progress list to follow along, which people like. Oh, that's cool. You actually got like a Rat King summon / invasion, whatever you want to call it, in your recent playthrough. That's great. Yeah, a Pokemon Nuzlocke that's like basically lose what you see, but with more losses on death or something, if you want them to. Part of me worries that I would just get frustrated doing like an all Covenant run just because of how much less activity there is in the game today. Like, I think that might just make me sad. Like, sitting around the forest for many, many hours to try to get like all the drops that you can get, like from like I would just be sad. Yes, there are enemy randomizers, and they're great. This might be a really dumb question, but is there a lore reason why there are only dragon butts here? What happened to the rest of them? I have no idea. Chat, you got any ideas? Yeah, there's actually a couple enemy randomizer mods for Dark Souls. The more recent one was made by the 5th Matt. I think it's just called like Matt's Enemy Randomizer, maybe, something like that. To differentiate from the older one. Something really funny in his enemy randomizer is that it knows how to dynamically update boss names. So like if you got Pinwheel in the Ceaseless Discharge arena, he would be called Ceaseless Pinwheel. Like, it mixes the names together, which is just such a cute, like, addition. It's very funny seeing, like, what health names you get above the health bars. Like, very, very silly. Gwyn, Lord of Discharge. Yeah. Yeah, Gaping Sif. Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite certain that is a name that could come up through that randomizer. Incredibly funny. Hey, thanks for stopping by and hanging out again, Hexagen. Come on, good Vagrant. Because this evil one's going to be easy to get. We've already spawned so many like evil Vagrants here. I'm sure there's a bunch bouncing around. Oh yeah, Asukar, for like enemy randomizers and stuff for like Elden Ring. Oh yeah, I'd be totally down for that. Yeah. That's yeah, I'm definitely like mostly like a Dark Souls 1 guy out of all of the games, but yeah, no, definitely like very open to doing runs like that with the other games too. Absolutely. Hey, welcome back, TJ90. Progress has been pretty great. We got through Blighttown and Demon Ruins without too much hassle. Spent most of the time on a good Vagrant in the Demon Ruins, but yeah, all of them went pretty quickly. And then now this is also like the most effort we've put in is for the good Vagrant here in Izalith. Which, when you're running away from the Illusory Wall bonfire room, it's in the other temple that has a chest in it. You should be able to spawn, like, right behind this chest. I think. Somewhere in this room. Pretty certain it's, like, right back here. We haven't even been checking for the evil Vagrant down here, but we've been spawning a bunch in the process, so I imagine it won't be hard to find after we get the good Vagrant. Yeah, I could take off the ring. Someone else suggested that earlier. I'm just kind of like too lazy to keep doing that like repeatedly. I'm just like, I could. I keep reading chat. I mean, there's gonna be times where like after I die, I forget to put it back on. Looks like you just got here in time for the best area of the game. No. I'm just gonna put the bag in a weird kind of random spot again. Oh, geez, you got the good Vagrant. Very nice. Awesome. So I think there's a couple people have reported seeing it here, so it's starting to happen. Yeah, Playtime won pretty quickly. It was good. Which Vagrant do I think was rarest back in the day? Of type, that's got to be like the Black Phantom good Vagrant, I would think. But like of just like in location, I'd have to think about that. I'd have to factor in like where are players not likely to drop items. What nook of like New Londo Ruins or Anor Londo, you know, somewhere. Ash Lake again, yeah, like you don't really. Good Vagrant of Ash Lake seems pretty high up there. Because why would you check over that hill? And who's dropping items down there, right? Because like the question of who's dropping items can sometimes be answered like, oh, well, someone did a thing, they beat a boss, and they already had 99 humanity on them, so they auto-dropped an item that can spawn a good Vagrant. Like, but nothing like that would be happening down in Ash Lake for any reason, right? You could be grinding the clams until you're full of purging stones and auto-dropping them, but why would you ever do that? There's not... Once you got 99, you could stop farming them, right? Like, you're not farming the clams for souls down there. I mean, if you were, you would stop by the time you got 99 purging stones, you know? Like... That's a hard question to answer if like some of them were never ever spotted by anyone. I don't know. I can't say that with any confidence. I feel like throughout the entire play base, they've probably all been spotted at least once. That seems almost certain, actually. But like some of them would be very, very rarely, though, to the point that like no one had like video, like pictures or video of them. Why does try humanity feel like choose life to me? Alright. But yeah, my sort of thing, I was going to say it earlier when I was brought up about, like, not finishing the area for the remaster. I don't, and I talked about this on the stream a little bit before, but even though I can't say this for certain, I'm pretty confident that there is no unfinished master plan for Izalith. There's no... They ran out of time, including the planning of it. I don't think there's no reason to think that, like... Oh, they had this whole other wing of it conceptualized that would have had more intricate level design and blah, 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 and, like, that was missing. It's like, no, they didn't have any of that, like, blueprinted out. So there's no, quote-unquote, finishing the area is not what a lot of people think it would be. Finishing Izalith, with quotation marks around it, would mean them completely inventing new stuff for it that was just conceived now. Like, they were definitely rushed, but it's not... They built the space that they built. Some of the enemy placement is not that interesting. Enemy behaviors aren't that... You know, there's not... Combat's not that satisfying when you're running past a bunch of, like, stone demons that are copy and pasted around, dragon butts that are pasted around. But yeah, I don't know. There's no I don't think they had a much grander Izalith, like, you know, storyboarded. Storyboard is not the right term, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't think that ever existed at any point in development. Yeah, but the swamp version of Izalith wouldn't be drastically different than this. I don't think. There's like no there would be swamp here. How would I improve it in the game style? I think the city portion of Izalith should be more expansive. And then you could have more interesting interiors. That's how you get back to having like more compact areas that connect in interesting ways, and have some humanoidish enemy added into the mix, that so you can do parrying and backstabs and, you know, circle strafing, and the sort of like more something that leans into rewarding like traditional combat mechanics when you're like further into the interior area again. But yeah, I just feel like there could be more to this. Hey, got the good Vagrant finally here. Yeah, he was right behind the chest. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's see, so that was good. Temple and lava area. Check off the list, and I'm going to update the master text count to 59 out of 92. All right, finally got him. So that's great. So I think the evil vagrant's not going to take much effort now. I'm too lazy to walk through the lava back to the bonfire. I refuse to. Yeah, so we're just going to work on this guy now, which I don't think should take very long, probably. This is up there for ones that people actually see. So people are like losing their blood stain at Bed of Chaos. This is not one that's hard to find. Yep, he's already here. First try. Knew it. I knew that was going to be the case. Yeah, the way I like to refer to this location is above the underpass. Because this in my head is the underpass. Like, what else would you call this room? That's like the most concise way to describe this space. I forgot my stealth are at the bottom. I did reorganize these. Yeah. Yeah, that whole time we were looking for the good Vagrant, we were definitely sending and receiving this evil Vagrant over and over a bunch. Like, there he is, hanging out with a stone demon up here. Can we get rid of the stone demon? I thought the Vagrant seen us. Should be able to. Yeah, you. Come over here. There he is, just hanging out. Yeah, if we were down there, I think he'd be shooting at us. We'll test that again in a second. Although he might do the thing where, again, he just starts walking, because, like... no, I think he'll be better about attacking from up here. So that is evil. Above the underpass, checked off. And 60 out of 92. Basically 2/3 of the way done. That is wild. Going so much faster than I ever thought this would. I know I keep saying that, but again, chat is coming through and really impressing me. Turning out and making this go way faster than it would on my own. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. Yeah, it's probably just the angle and the seeing through, like, the VFX portion, getting some of the light of, like, the walls behind it. How many vagrants per hour? I'm not sure. I'll have to calculate that at the very end of the run, like, add up all the streams and you know, sometimes I stop to like, blabber or whatever, so it's not, like, the most, efficient speedrun version of this, but we can get a ballpark. Let's get rid of some more of these guys. Yeah, he saw. He saw. But is he going to try to run it all the way around again, really? Like, and not just shoot at me? That's so funny. Why wouldn't you just... There we go. There we go. That's the vagrant behavior that we all came for. he ran off anyways. I mean, eventually he'll give up and start walking back. But I don't know. But he could very, very easily be getting stuck somewhere. Speaking of which, I think he's already stuck. No, he's doing something. He's coming back. He's trying to. But yeah, this is up there after the Undead Parish, after Anne Orlando. This is up there for vagrant sightings again, because it's not too surprising that Bed of Chaos is somewhere where someone might lose a bloodstain, you know. Even if you're someone who plays very defensively normally and you're good at retrieving bloodstains, if you don't go to the effort of, like, using Rings of Sacrifice, you might just get swept into a hole before you get back to where your bloodstain was. The lore significance of beards in Dark Souls is that whoever has them is cool, which is why Vamos is the coolest person in the game. Yeah, surprise demon coming to join. Ow. Oh no. Beards are forbidden in the Five-Finger Delta. Oh no. An actual loser wall message that's not talking about me. Cool, we did it. Yeah, that was a very good session again, up to 60 out of 92. It's wild how fast this is going. And where will we continue next stream? Oh yeah, I mentioned this at the top of the stream, but I'm just going to repeat myself. Internet has been sketchy here lately. Someone came to look at it today. They identified it as being an issue with the outside connection. All of like Monday and Tuesday it was pretty scuffed and cutting out a lot, but for the last couple days it's been working fine. Sort of fixed itself somehow. But they're coming again in like 2 weeks to repair the outside line. They have to like dig a new thing for it or whatever. So that's all to say that for now, since it's been working, they might have jostled it into a better position, like whatever, or that happened on its own. It was a Vagrant chewing the cables, exactly. So all to say that things are probably fine until they come and do that work, maybe, but maybe they won't be. So I'm going to keep on planning on following the schedule that I've been following with streams Sundays and Thursdays, but any random day, if I announce that one is happening and then it suddenly doesn't happen, you can just assume my internet got screwed up. So yeah, I gotta go back and add VODs, chapters for the last VOD. I forgot to do that. I was a lot more consistent about that earlier, but shortly after that VOD went up, it was the next day. I was like, oh, let me go add timestamps to that video, and I couldn't watch my own video because the internet was down for like the next 48 hours, basically. So, fingers crossed that does not happen again. Thanks everyone for stopping by and hanging out, and I'll see y'all next time. Have a good night.